Wi-Fi's back. What? Oh, fuck, I just started my live stream. That's funny. How funny. Yeah, how we doing? How we doing, guys? I got like so much stuff to update you guys on, it's not even funny. So, where do I begin? Happy 4th of July. Hope you guys enjoyed America's 250th birthday. Slap a like on the stream already if you're pro America's birthday. Number one. Number two, I have since learned some genuine game-breaking exploits and bugs on this game in the 24 hours I stepped away from this game. I will be covering a few of them in this stream and a video over the course of the next couple days. I have 3 videos lined up over the next couple days. First of all, I have my initial thoughts and reviews of the game. If you guys have watched my streams, you guys would know there is a plethora wrong with this game. Won't spend too much time in this beginning section of the stream harping over all the problems because, of course, that's what the video is for. But expect this week and the next coming days a video that's going to be dropping my initial thoughts and impressions of the game, what I like, what I dislike, you know, where I think they've, you know, certainly cut corners and, you know, other things. The second video I am in the process of making is the best coach build in the game. I am making 2 of them. One that involves the exploit I will be covering in video 3, and one that will be just a regular coach build that requires no brain activity, just click button, go burr. Pretty simple, kind of like a caveman. I guess I could call it like a caveman build, but basically where you don't really think, you just click button, you buy perk, and you move on with your life. So I'm going to have one definitive best coach build in the game, which is objectively the best coach build in the game. That requires a lot of min-maxing and, you know, thought, effort, brain activity, strategy, yada, yada, yada. And I'm have a much more simple one where it's like, buy this perk. Then you're done. So, got a lot of stuff to cover this stream and this week. I see that some other content creators are making videos like, you know, call me Jaden's iconic how to find fast players when it's like just scout fast players forehead. And then Poodle released his video like the best coach build in the game. Watched about 2 minutes of that video and I then had to click off because I'm like, I see that you bought Strategist, which is a big L. We'll cover that. Well, in this stream, we're going to be doing our national championship with Coastal Carolina, which I will update you guys on that as well. But also, I got to go in for, I'm going to do it live, but I'm going to this stream test Architect and test Strategist. I'm like 99% sure they're both the exact same numbers as the previous 2 games because they haven't fucked with it since, you know, it was 25 to 30% for Strategist in 25 and 26. I doubt they would change for 27, but I'll give it a very quick run through. I'll go scout like 100 players, and either way, it won't be too hard to prove the numbers are still the exact same. And then once when I can 100% verify that Strategist and Architect hasn't been touched, the best coach build will then be back to being worked on. Also, my best coach build video, I'm going to also do what I did last year, which is to explain what every perk in the game does, while also showing you the best coach build. So I'll probably in that video, like the first half will be the best coach build, and then the second half will be just explaining what the perks do. And yeah, if you guys have any questions, let me know, because we got a lot of stuff to cover in this stream, a lot of stuff to cover in future videos. Some good, some bad, and some bullshit, as is probably something I'm going to coin for a future YouTube video, because holy shit, the amount of, I mean, this happens every year, right? This was happening in 25. It was happening in 26. Shocker, is happening in 27. I know. When these games come out, I swear to God, it's like people are just so, like, they want to be first. They don't really care if they're incorrect, right? They're so hungry for the view. They're so hungry for the engagement of, like, here's this, and it's like, did you fucking test anything you're saying? No, didn't think so, because clearly you didn't. Otherwise, you wouldn't be fucking putting your foot in your mouth. But either way, a lot of dumb shit. A lot of dumb shit, and I can only tackle one thing at a time. If there was like an army of me, I could cover all of them all at once, but unfortunately there's not. So there's only so much time in my day I can spend tackling misinformation on the internet. I know. Darn. Let's go ahead and get out to our shout out. Shout out William first, member of the fam in chat. Appreciate you, big dog. Shout out LeVar. Sup? How you doing? Got a copy tomorrow. Hell yeah, LeVar. Enjoy it. Larry, is Rainmaker overpowered? No. After fucking with Rainmaker a ton, it's not overpowered. I will cover, actually, it's funny, I'll have a whole video about Rainmaker in the future, planned eventually, when I have time. But the most overpowered perk in the game is a game it's not Rainmaker. It's not Rainmaker, it's not Visionary, it's a base game perk. And technically the perk is free. So it's a more overpowered perk than Rainmaker, and it's free. I'll cover that later on. Max CFB, he kind of noticed it too, but I feel like Max didn't really hit the nail on the head like he could have. I think Max like whiffed a little bit. Max was like on the right track, but just got to the conclusion wrong. Again, I'll cover Rainmaker and the whole NIL thing in the future, because chat, I have been, again, I've been like 12-hour grinding this game every day since it launched. I've done 2 12-hour streams on stream, and I've done one without, the stream, because 4th of July. But, like, the NIL system, you guys can't fathom how bad this system is. Like, it is so bad. And I'm hoping to God the developers have data showing how bad this system is, and they're going to change it very soon, because if this is like this for the entire year, oh my, this game is so cooked. So it'll be fun. Jarrett, much love, brother. Appreciate everything. Hell yeah, Jarrett. Appreciate y'all. Shout out Myth. How you doing? Shout out Vols. How y'all doing? Okay, so with all that yapping, all that prelude aside, if you guys can't please smack like on the stream. This was not where you guys last left off in my stream. So I went ahead and I moved us into the ACC. Yes, I had to double check that real quick. I had to move us into the ACC. Basically, why'd you move us into the ACC? The developers have like omega nuked the ACC this year, right? The ACC was the most obnoxious not playbook, but the most obnoxious conference due to a few factors like playbooks, pipelines, yada yada. The ACC was just a juggernaut last year, which is funny because the conference was nicknamed the ASS because this conference was just shit. So glad to see the developers have since fixed it. So now I believe the only good team in this conference now is, I want to say it's Clemson. Wait, let me go back and check. I believe they only have one team that's a 90 plus overall. It's Miami, excuse me. I believe Miami is the only team that's a 90 plus in this conference. They're a 97. Duke's an 85. GT's an 80. SMU's an 80. Syracuse is 76. Florida State jumped up a shit ton. Florida State was like an 82 or an 83 going into the season. They're basically a fringe 90. I'll count them. There's 2 90 overall teams. 70s, 80s, ignore them. Clemson's a hard capped 85. So as you can see, versus last year, they've giga nerfed Duke and they've giga nerfed Clemson in terms of pipelines and whatnot. Their playbooks to be determined, but their current recruiting, less juggernauts. So again, including Florida State, which Florida State jumped up drastically from when I moved us in here versus whatnot. So when I entered here, there was only 190 overall team. Again, now there's 2. I'll count Florida State. But if you just do a small comparison from the ACC to like the Big Ten, right, as a small example, counting 90 plus overall teams, USC is a 90 plus overall team. Ohio State's a 90 plus overall team. Who else? Oregon's a 90 plus overall team. There's 3. Michigan's a 90 plus overall team. There's 4. Penn State's hovering. I counted Florida State for AC. I'll count Penn State. That's 5. And then, so just off the bat, the Big Ten is significantly better this year than they were last year. Last year, the Big Ten kind of struggled to have even more than 2 90 overall teams, 90 plus overall. So the ACC is no longer as dominant, the Big Ten, and then obviously for shits and giggles, I'll cover the SEC, but the entire conference is like a 90 plus, right? Oklahoma's a 90 plus, Tennessee's a 90 plus, Georgia's a 90 plus, Ole Miss is a 90 plus, Bama's a 90 plus, A&M, they're not there now, but they do fluctuate frequently going up and down. Mizzou fluctuates frequently as well. Just overall, LSU, I'll count them like I counted the other two schools for the other two conferences. That's the 690 plus overall team. Texas is a 90 plus overall team. That's number 7. And so, yeah, as you guys can see, the order of operations now, when I'm going to be doing these rebuilds, I'll be doing like Sun Belt, small schools, yada, yada, yada. We will still be doing going up from like the small schools into the Big 12, into the ACC, into the Big 10, into the SEC. That's the order of operations now because EA has actually made the Big 10 good again, which is funny because the ACC was like the best conference in the game last year, and now they're not, so it feels very weird. And here we are, but basically, how are we in the national championship game that we didn't see any of the footage? As you guys know, I don't force win. It's cringe. I also don't play the game because the gameplay here is we'll talk about that in a bit. But yeah, we kind of ran through everyone minus App State. App State, we barely beat by 6 points. But like for the most part, we were kind of putting belt to ass versus everybody. Like we had some gigantic blowouts. Liberty was close, rivalry game. And then we lost to Miami in the conference championship. As you guys can see, we lost 52-41. First loss of our season came in the conference. And I was like, damn, I wonder why we lost. Chat, your eyes don't deceive you. Miami could not score more than 1 touchdown the entire game per quarter. And then in the fourth quarter, they scored 4. So if you guys were watching my content last year and how much I bitched and complained about the sim engine, you can see it again. This is a thing where you're going to have the CPU teams, whether it's your CPU team or their CPU team, in simulation, just sometimes score like 35 to 45 points in the fourth quarter. It's pretty stupid. Yes, Miami, they struggled to basically score the entire game, and then miraculously in the fourth quarter, they just scored 4 times. Makes complete logical sense. Kind of felt like we got scammed there. And yeah, that was our first loss was the conference, which made me sad, but oh well. And then we proceeded to then go into several playoff games. We ended up beating Duke 38-28, which I guess I can go ahead and show you guys that now, because even though I didn't manually record it, I did clip it in my Xbox. That way we could then watch it on stream. Where was the Duke game? Here it is. If Xbox will load. There you go. As you guys can see, the clip starts from the very first quarter. So everything I did was fumble recovery. How funny. It was a speaking of problem in this game, you guys thought kick return fumbles were a problem last year. The amount of times the running backs are fumbling in this game is insane. From what I've been told, the reason why there is a running back fumbling epidemic is due to the fact that they changed, as yes, your eyes don't deceive you, we just scored like 13 points in the final like 45 seconds. It's very good sim game, EA. But yeah, from what I was explained, the reason why the running backs are fumbling at an all-time high rate, regardless of what their carry rating is because unlike previous games, in this year's game, the AI is heavily incentivized now to do ball carrier moves, right? Whereas in years past, actually say years past, but in every year prior, whether it was a Madden game or a college football game, the computer could have 99 juke move and they would never juke. The CPU would just run straight to the hole and then be gone. Or just run up the lineman's ass and fall over. This year, running back, the AI is significantly tuned to do ball carrier moves, even if the ball carrier moves makes no sense, right? You could have a contact seeking trucker and he will sometimes hit a juke or a spin just because he's incentivized now to do so. Beastly, why does that matter? Because they upped the chance of your ball carriers doing ball carrier things now. Obviously, if you juke into a hit stick, or if you spin into a hit stick, or if you fail a truck stick into a hit stick, you're going to fumble. So if you guys have noticed in Sim this year, or if you just pay attention, your running backs will fumble a lot more because they're kind of getting forced by the computer logic to do more things to result in more fumbles. So, kick return fumbles, which was a massive problem in last year's game. In pretty much every game you watched in Fast Sim, there was 1, if not 2 to 3 kick return fumbles. Regardless of who you had back there, regardless of ratings, regardless of stats, your guy would just cough the ball up, which result in the CPU scoring, sometimes upwards of 17 to 24 points in like a 30-second stretch. Yeah, your game will be all going smooth, right? You're like 2 to 3 minutes into the game. It's like tied 7-7 first quarter. Then bam, you look away from your screen. You look back and you're losing 24-7, or you're losing like 30 something to 7. You're like, oh, what happened? Oh, it was because, your guy fumbled like 3 times back to back to back on kick returns, in which they just scooped it up and scored. Very fun, very stupid. And unlike the settings, if you go to the thing, there's no stat for it. If you go to your kick return or your ball carrier thing, you can find when a QB fumbles, you can find when a receiver fumbles, you can find when a running back fumbles. However, the kick return fumbling is not a stat. So you'll never physically see it unless you're paying attention. But if you're curious, it's the reason why sometimes the CPU will just score back to back to back to back times. There's just a bunch of fumbles. That's still a problem in this game on top of the regular running back fumbles. So turnovers are going to be an absolute nightmare. What was this clip? I'll cover that in a moment. What was this? Salsa Duke, damn, okay. So then after we played Duke, we played Tennessee, which, if you guys know, they have a very, very, very good playbook in this game. Winning 14-zip, 17-zip. They scored their first touchdown. Going to half. Up 10. They scored back. Up 3. They scored again. 21-24. Very close fourth quarter. And then we scored and then somehow got the ball back again and then scored again. Again, we've scored, I think, 12 to 13 points in the final 45 seconds of these games. It's in a pretty miraculous fashion. And then in our next playoff game, we got to play Choklahoma, which, again, if you've not noticed, we've played like the murder's row of playbooks. Duke is still to be determined. I don't know if Duke is like a good or bad playbook this year, but last year they were very good. Tennessee, very good playbook this year. You will have your quarterback, your receivers, and your running backs put up stupid fucking numbers with that playbook. Tennessee, very good. Tennessee's the only playbook I've seen so far where you could legitimately have all 3 of your skilled position players in contention for Heisman's. Like, the Tennessee Volunteers offensive playbook is so stupid in terms of scoring and yards that you could legit have like your 2 receivers, your running back and quarterback, all 4 of you be the Heisman's. Now, I haven't done that yet, but I've seen it. I've seen years in which it's been an Ole Miss quarterback and then 2 or 3 players on the Tennessee team, or it's been 1 Ole Miss quarterback, 1 Oklahoma quarterback, and then 2 Tennessee players. Either way, Tennessee, stupid good playbook so far from what I've seen. They're doing just stupid numbers in every dynasty I run, along with Ole Miss. I thought it was just my Coastal Carolina rebuild of Ole Miss winning Heisman's out the ass. I hopped on to the second rebuild, which I'll show you guys in a bit, in which Ole Miss was just cranking out Heisman's in that one too. So it looks like the new Georgia playbook, aka the Heisman printing playbook, is going to be the Ole Miss playbook. I don't know if it's foolproof yet to where it's every single quarterback can win a Heisman, or if it's just the quarterbacks that can move. Ole Miss tends to recruit the guys that have like 85 plus speed, so you might have to have wheels for that playbook to sim properly. But if you do have a relative fast quarterback who's also relatively accurate, you will just shit out Heisman's. Along with Oklahoma. Oklahoma's playbook's almost identical to the Ole Miss playbook. However, the main key difference, Oklahoma and Ole Miss both have a ton of screens and a ton of RPOs, which does fluff your quarterback's attributes to the moon because you're not having dangerous passes that can be picked off. The main difference, though, is Oklahoma has a bunch of read options and QB keepers built into the playbook. Ole Miss only has read options. So when you get like a primed athletic quarterback in the Oklahoma playbook, he will have better rushing numbers than the Ole Miss quarterback because there's more running plays. However, though, the Ole Miss quarterback will have better throwing numbers. So if you have a quarterback that can run but can't throw, I would do the Oklahoma playbook. If you have a quarterback that can throw and run, I'd do Ole Miss. But either way, we had a fucking murderer's row of playbooks. And we beat Tennessee's, we beat Duke, and spoiler alert, we're in the Natty. So we then beat Oklahoma. As you guys can watch the sim very quickly. These sims don't really take too long, so yeah, we're kind of offensively scoring at will. We choke a field goal before halftime, which is very fun. Score back-to-back. Love that. And then defense holds strong right there. Oh, I lied. 2020. Defense holds strong's there. Yeah, you guys saw that correctly. EA has to tune their game. They have to, because look at this. Choklahoma. I can't even like back out. Yeah. So with 58 seconds left. With 58 seconds left, they punt the ball. They only have to play defense. Actually, we already scored here. And we scored there. Yeah, we scored, this is Oklahoma's ball. Yeah. Yeah, I was right the first time. I knew it. So, with 58 seconds left, Oklahoma's down 7 points. They drive the entire field and then get all the way to the very end and fail. And then we win. Like, I was shocked. I was like, what the hell are we doing? And so, yeah, that's how we basically got here. Ignore the other stuff. I will show you what the other stuff is later on. But, yeah, we kind of ran through them playbooks. And now we get to play Notre Dame, which I've not played a single time yet, so I have no idea. We could make this national championship game and instantly lose, which would be very, very, very sad for our first Natty to be a loss, but I have not actually played them yet, so I have no clue whatsoever what their playbook is. Here's what our playbook looks like, if you're curious, or what our stats look like. My QB, who I paid a king's ransom to come back, very good stats, as you guys can see. 99 throw medium, 99 throw deep, 95 throw short, 95 awareness. Dude is like 90-something speed. Dude's an absolute unit. Has almost 5,000 yards passing, 27 touchdowns, 4 picks. Rushing, my RB1 has 1,500 yards and 15 touchdowns. My RB2 has nowhere near the yards per carry, but has 400 yards with 12 touchdowns. And then my RB3, oh, I'm an idiot. That's my quarterback. I was like, why? What? QB. My QB had 400 yards, 12 touchdowns. My RB2 had 81 carries, 383, 11. No, your eyes don't deceive you. I have 3 running backs, almost 4. I have 4 running backs on my team. I'm including the quarterback here. I have 4 running backs on this team that almost had double digits touchdowns. So yeah, this is what I'm referring to. You just run the fucking piss out the football. It's kind of insane. And then, oh wait, there's more. Here's my receiving numbers, just so you guys can visually see my receiving numbers. I have 2 1,200-yard receivers, and by the way, they're not even that good. As you can see, an 87 overall receiver and an 85 overall receiver. My 90 overall receiver, which is my best receiver on my team, actually performed the worst. So, go figure. But I have 3 receivers that cracked out either 1,200 or 1,000. I'll just round up. 1,000 plus yards, and each of them had the same number of touchdowns. 8 touchdowns, 8 touchdowns, 7 touchdowns. You want to talk about just printing numbers. I basically just had 3 receivers shit out the same stats. And then right there, no, your eyes also don't deceive you. My fucking tight end has almost 1,000 yards too. In terms of passing the football, I almost had 4 pass catchers crank out 1,000 yards. This shit is so stupid. Now, if you've noticed, yes, we're spreading out the football a lot, but like the numbers aren't cartoonishly crazy. That's because none of these receivers are cartoonishly good. I have a bunch of mid 80s and 190 overall receiver barely. That's so if I was able to actually upgrade these players the way I want to and the way I used to be able to, I bet you we could probably pass for like 10,000 yards with this playbook, but unfortunately EA Sports has since nerfed playing the game for fun into oblivion, so expect a lot of your players in this year's game to hover between like the mid to high 80s. Very rarely will you ever see someone touch the 90s, let alone being in like the high 90s. That's just never going to happen in this game. And so, yeah, this just stupid numbers. Blocking, it doesn't really matter. The sacks are just stupid. Defense, all that yapping about our offense. Let's go talk about our defense, shall we? My D-tackle 1 has 12.5 sacks. My edge 1 has 11.5 sacks. And my edge 2 has 10 sacks. And what's really fucking funny, as you guys can see, John McClellan is my 3rd best pass rusher, and he's a 79 overall. This dude sucks, and he shit out 10 sacks. Versus my best defensive lineman on my team, Devin Kovka, who's an 88. What are we doing, EA? Why am I having players who are in the 70s perform as good as the players in the high 80s? What are we doing? My other D-tackle had 6, just a ton of sacks. And then interceptions, really didn't get none. Interceptions were a fluky metric last year, and they're still a fluky metric this year. So, I have a 85 overall linebacker with 2. I have a 79 overall corner with 3, and a bunch of guys with 1. So, interceptions, not so much. TFLs, pretty, whatever my starting D linemen are, the starting linemen, I get TFLs. Pretty normal. And then kicking, my kicker, which, by the way, I'm going to cover these guys later on. EA made kicking and punting in this game. Not doing, but EA made recruiting kickers and punters in this game ridiculously easy. I found a kicker yesterday who had 98 kick power and 95 kick accuracy. Yeah. And what's crazy, he wasn't a gem. I was just recruiting him and noticed he had high 90s for kicking stats. I'm like, holy shit, that is insane. I don't remember what his dev trait was, but yeah, I found a kicker with base kicking stats in the mid 90s. And I was like, holy shit, that is insane. And punting, we don't really care about. There you go. But basically, we can see your numbers, right? What do the numbers mean, right? At the end of the day, they're just numbers on the screen. Let me put it like this. Offensively speaking, even though I had all these yards, which, by the way, I have the most yards in the league, 7,200. Oh, Beasley, that's a skewed stat because you made the natty and other teams didn't make the natty. Miami made the, I think, semis. I forget how far Miami got, but Miami made pretty far. But my opponent in the national championship is Notre Dame. As you guys can see, me and Notre Dame have played the exact number of games because we are both in the natty. I have almost 3,000 more yards of offense than they. So take the extra game bullshit out of the equation. Tennessee, as you guys, I played them literally last round, or technically it was Oklahoma, but like I've played several of these teams who made the playoffs, who got almost as far as me. So for most of these teams, I am like 1, maybe 2 games ahead of them. But either way, I have thousands of more yards than them, so it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't. Rushing, obviously, to the shock of nobody, we have the #1 rushing attack. Passing touchdowns, though, that goes to Boise. I have to figure out what these two playbooks are fucking cooking in the passing game, but that goes elsewhere. Rushing touchdowns, I know it's the surprise of nobody. That goes to me. I have the most rushing yards in the league. I have the most rushing touchdowns by almost 11. My offense was going insane, almost by any metric. Total points, we have the #1 offense. Again, look at our opponent in Notre Dame. They're all the way down here, so the extra games don't really matter, right? Points per game, we're not that good. We're top 10, but we're not, that good. And then defensively, to the surprise of absolutely nobody, where are we? We are way down here with 19.6 points per game. Defense, not the best. But if you want to know what the best defensive playbook in the game, 4-2-5, 4-2-5, 4-2-5, 4-2-5, 4-2-5, 3-3-5 tight. 4-2-5, 4-2-5, 4-2-5, 4-2-5, base 4-3, 3-3-5, 4-2-5, 4-2-5, 4-2-5, 4-3 multiple, 4-2-5, and then 4-3 multiple. I'll cover that in a moment why I changed it back to 4-3 multiple. But yeah, if you want the best defensive playbook, it's pretty, yeah, it's 4-2-5. It's the 4-2-5. It's stupid. And yeah, that's the numbers. That's the team. And let's not choke this. Please. I would hate to lose my first national championship, please. I don't want to lose. I've won hundreds of these bad boys in CFB 26. I would like to win my first one in this game, please. Ugh. Delay, can you explain the issues with the game? Delay, go watch my last 2 streams if you want all the issues covered at like various segments, but there's a lot of issues, and so that's why I'm gonna give it a whole YouTube video. Free up W stream, hell yeah. Tiger, yeah, you can get so many 4 stars in the portal for no NIL. Tiger, it's not just 4 stars. You can literally get any player in the game with just hours. I've been able to get 5 stars for 0 NIL. And I will show you screenshots of me doing so. Yeah, as long as you put enough hours on the person and you build up the influence bar high enough, the game will auto give you the player. So as long as you have enough hours and enough interest, you will automatically win many people with 0 money. And because you recruit them with 0 money, their influence gain is super stupidly small. Right? Like if I recruit somebody and their base NIL is $100, by year 2, year 3, they might want 200 to 300 NIL. Whereas if you make the base number 0, by years 2, year 3, they might want 75. Essentially, the game scales the NIL as if they're a 2-star or a 3-star, not a 4 or 5-star. So you could get ridiculously loaded rosters with, again, I'll show you, with very little money. So, which is just dumb because when you actually buy players along with the free players, you can recruit like 35 stars, which is just stupid. But how would you know that, Beasley? Because I've done it. Again, I'll show you screenshots of that in a bit, but yeah, very dumb. Very dumb. What playbooks are you running? Okay, so for most of this season, for everything I simmed, I ran the Ole Miss playbook. And for everything I've done in Fast Sim, I've done the Tennessee playbook. So the last 3 games I've done were all Tennessee, Tennessee, Tennessee. And the first, all the menu sim games I've done was Ole Miss. For the defensive playbooks, I ran the 4-2-5 all year. And then in the playoffs, I swapped back to the 4-3 multiple because I don't know why. By the way, fun glitch right there. Glad that's my coach. Clearly, I'm a approximate 6 foot tall African-American male with missing ankles and missing socks, wearing a gray football uniform. I am not the fat white guy I picked to be my head coach. Anyways, side tangent. I was having a lot of issues with my defense. So I just went back to 4-3 multiple and cranked this bitch back down to 50, and my defense was playing very good. So I think this year you don't want to touch the defensive aggressiveness, which is funny because last year that was the stat I always ran at 100. I don't understand why, but I've actually been getting a lot better defensive numbers, specifically in Fast Sim with 50 defense versus jacking it up, and I've actually had better numbers with my offense increasing this. So this might be a year where the defense you don't touch, but the offense you do. If you guys have watched my previous streams, you guys would know that even with 75 aggressiveness, your team still plays like basically a pussy. Again, if you watch my previous streams, you guys would know firsthand experience, but even though this is set to 75, which would make it technically 50% higher than the base rate, your team will still run the ball 3 times within the red zone and still kick field goals, and your team will still play basically normal. So I don't know what the hell they've done with these settings. It kind of feel like with defense, they've made your base defense very aggressive base kit. So in flicking this number high just makes them too reckless. And then it feels like with offense, they've made the base offense hyper conservative. So by flicking this up, you're making it basically baseline, if that makes sense. So that's just my observations. And so, yeah, if you guys, long story short, the 3 best playbooks, depending on what offense you're running, Ole Miss, Oklahoma, Tennessee. There you go. And again, we got new faces, new people every stream. If you don't believe me, look at the Heismans. Ole Miss, Oklahoma, Ole Miss, Ole Miss, Ole Miss, Tennessee, Tennessee. These two Boise guys were here. I'm pretty sure it's because one of the coach for either Oklahoma or the coach for Ole Miss left. But either way, if you just ignore these 2 years, every natty has been, or not natty, every Heisman, excuse me, has been basically Ole Miss, Oklahoma, or Tennessee minus these 2 years, and I guess this year. So 3 of the, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So yes, 70% of the time, it's a Tennessee quarterback, Tennessee receiver, Oklahoma QB, or Ole Miss QB, and 30% of the time, it's someone else. And then for natties, this one was like fucking super weird. Arizona State, super weird. Oklahoma, wow, crazy, they make the natty. Duke, TBD. Tennessee, wow, crazy playbook, they make the natty. Ohio State, TBD. Georgia, TBD. Oklahoma, wow, you know, they're very good. Duke, there you go. Tennessee, as you're seeing, it's just the same 3 teams every single year. Keep scrolling down, and yeah, so it's seems like the same 3 teams win all the awards, and yeah, it's now, are there better playbooks than those 3? I have no idea. I have not used every playbook in the game yet. I will eventually use more playbooks and figure out more things and fuck with more things, but yeah, for the time being, that is what we're currently rocking. So now we're gonna, without a further ado, I can't stall this stream any longer than what I have done. Let's go ahead and win ourselves our first national championship, hopefully. Because if we lose, I'm gonna cry. They can stick with their fugly greens. I don't like the other ones. It looks like the depressed Baltimore Ravens uni, so I'm good there. You know, we'll rock our alternates as well. We'll do alternate for alternate. We'll do crowd pattern, whiteout. I'll just do default. I wish we had more than just 2, but yeah. There you go. Answer delay and bans question. There you go. Tiger, there's a 5-star gem CB that had 99 speed. Lol. Tiger, let me finish this national championship run real quick, and I will show you some of the specimens I found via recruiting. It's really funny. Now, like a dumbass chat, I kind of was in a hurry to get this stream out because I wanted to stream my national championship again. Because you guys can say, Beastly, you technically cheated, even though I recorded myself fast simming the games. You technically cheated, Beastly, because nobody was watching it, so like it doesn't count. So like I wanted to get this on camera, but we scored first. Go 3 for 3. Don't like the fact that we got all the way to the end zone and didn't score yet. Please score. Kicked another field goal. They got a touchdown. Yeah, as you guys can see, even with 75 aggressiveness, we're still kicking field goals. And we just had the back-to-back touchdowns. And they had a fucking walk-off field goal before halftime. Oh, this is a close game. Up 7 in the 3rd. Come on, defense. We just got to hold, defense. We just got to hold. We just got to fucking hold. Offense, if you guys, which by the way, we're going to watch our offense for this final quarter. But even with 75 aggro, as you guys can see, the CPU is still just spamming the run game. I don't quite maybe I got to like jack it higher to like 85%, but they really did, it feels like to me anyways, offensively, they really did hyper nerf how, well, offensive your offense is. It really kind of does feel like your offense is, back in, CFB 26, it felt like you were, using an M60 or a machine gun, and now it feels like you're using a water gun. All right, defense, we have technically a what? It's actually a 1-score lead. Come on, defense. Wide open across the middle in front of both my linebackers and the safeties. I have a funny feeling because I'm now watching this in slow sim and not, fast simming it. They're going to walk down the field and just score on us, and then my offense is going to get the ball back and do nothing, and we're going to lose, which would be really funny. But
well, I think you might have to, Chris, because as you suggested, there just isn't much going right.
CPU, good pocket presence right there. LeVar, I have flipped some recruits, yes.
Might as well sit right there because that's what's working.
There is a recruit I flipped, which I will show you guys momentarily, from Georgia. I had like a quadruple stack visit planned. Wide open. Can this defense stop a nosebleed? I don't know. Of course, the moment we start watching them play the game, you know, we're just getting fucking walked down by Notre Dame. And how is that not a sack? That dude just got his back blown out and didn't get sacked. He got the throw out. That's okay. Well, 2nd and 10. CPU loves calling this 3D lineman set. Big check down into a big drop. 3rd and 10. Bend but don't break. Can we hold defense? Can we please hold? 3rd and 10. Calling a safety blitz. And we broke the pass up because the safety that was blitzing interrupted the... Okay, that's so fucking lucky. Yeah, the safety that was blitzing got into the passing lane for the receiver, which resulted in a pass breakup. That was... You couldn't make that shit any luckier if you tried. Well, we got the 4-point win now. I'm hoping this next drive, my quarterback will actually throw the football, and we're not just going to run the ball 3 times and punt again, because I have the aggressiveness set to 75, and we're not playing like we have 75 aggressiveness. We're playing like we have like 12. Like, throw the football, please. We have really good receivers. We have 3 receivers that had over 1,000 yards, and a tight end that almost had 1,000 yards. And we run the ball again. And we lose yards again. Can we stop running the football? Why are we in shoe clock mode, winning by 4 points, now we're passing? Wow, shocker. We throw an instant slant and gain 7 yards. Insane. The first pass, we gained 7 yards. Our previous 5 run plays, negative yards. I snap the ball. My left guard instantaneously gets block shedded. Just absolutely ran through. And then my QB's like, nah, we're just going to stand there, boss, and take the sack. Not like you have the speed to run around and quite literally do anything. But, okay. Great offensive drive. We have a terrible run game, or terrible run play, into a decent pass, into an instant sack. That's fun. Good punt, though. Special teams go Burr, that's for sure. Highly regret watching my team play this 4th quarter. I might actually stop watching because this is just funny how dumb they play when you watch. Like, look at that shit. My D lineman gets an insta shed just like their D lineman. Their QB steps up in the pocket, throws a strike, and then gets smeared. My QB just stands there like fucking Bambi on the road. Almost like my quarterback doesn't have 99 throwing stats and 95 awareness.
There's the snap. They'll set up the throw. Short connection to the tight end here.
Not really, Rob. Not really. Yeah, I'll be making a video this week where I'm tearing into this game. And all of its many flaws. Are you fucking trolling me? I called an RPO. We blow up the run, and my safety's like 12 yards back from the slant. There's a touch pass, and we can tackle. Nice. My defense called cover 2. CPU had a streak. And of course, with pressure in his face, dude just throws a dime at the sideline. Why can't my offense, you know, pass?
They keep him off balance with a run. It's a short game, but look at that defense swarm to the football. Now it's 2nd down here.
Well, Rob, I don't really base my opinions off other people. He could say it's the greatest game ever. I'd still say he's full of shit. This game has a significant number of issues. Well, good thing the CPU called a fucking back dive from shotgun versus goal line. Now they're coming out in goal line versus goal line. Play action. Interception in the end zone. There's no way we're getting called for PI. There's no way. We got called pass interference?
Interception negated by the pass interference call on the defense. That stings.
Yeah.
On the ground,
CPU just fucking throws a pick in the end zone and gets fucking... I can't even replay it now because it's Actually, I think I can, right? No, I can't. I can't replay penalties. Bro.
nowhere.
The CPU throws a fucking horrible mallard in the end zone for a pick and then gets bailed out by a horse shit PI. How real life is that? Second goal from the 6. Come on, defense. Can you do it again? Third and goal from the 3. Can we please hold them again? And can my offense do something that's not just fucking run the ball 3 times and pray to God we break tackles? Oh my Christ, that's just... They just called a running back screen. Dude, they just called a fucking running back screen and threw it to the weak side slant. And yet again, my safety was like 15 yards back from the slant and just doesn't react. And then there wasn't a soul within... Look at this. Good defense. Very good defense. Well, now that we're losing, I'm hoping it's going to actually make the CPU do something that's not just run the ball and lose yards every fucking play. So, offense, can we do the thing like passing the football, which, by the way, why are we returning this kick? We just returned the kick from like 3 yards in the end zone. Good job. All right, guys, can we actually pass? Our first passing play is a 5-yard loss on an RPO. That's great. This game is so bad. And then we run the ball on... I don't even care if it worked. I'm still going to criticize you. On 2nd and 13, we call a fucking draw. Now, luckily, we did pick up 10 yards. But why are we running the ball on 2nd and 13? Okay. 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 This is just... I'm on the, literally I'm about to just give up watching slow sim. I'm just so tired of slow sim. I'm actually so fucking tired of slow sim. Just so you guys are aware, we scored 20 points in the first half in fast sim. Since then, we've not gotten a single first down. Now, I'm like 99% sure this game is over. It's too slow. Yeah. That's fun. First thing we do after I go back to fast sim, we fucking score. How funny.
It's in the game. EA Sports. It's in the game.
Oh my Christ. That's with 75 aggro, by the way. I could imagine playing this game with 50 or less aggressiveness. Yeah, we might only ever watch our team play when we're winning by like 30 points to avoid the CPU. We're just fucking helling me.
This is it, the ultimate game in this college football season. Two teams that have battled through a long regular season.
Dude, we literally did more scoring in the first 35 seconds of Fast Sim than the entire fourth quarter of Slow Sim. Also, now it's a rain game, which is pretty cool. Oh, Beastly, why were you cheating? Why were you cheating? Yeah, because we're fucking blowing them out now. Like, we just dropped 44 points on their head. Like, the only reason this game was close was because I just punted the fourth quarter and watched it. The gap between Slow Sim and Fast Sim is also a problem this year.
Tackle is made, but that's good for a first down to the 47. The offense really
We damn near averaged 15 points per quarter in Fast Sim. And in Slow Sim, we couldn't get a first down.
There's the handoff. And he goes nowhere. Stop cold behind the line of scrimmage. Now it's second.
I blame the uniforms. You're funny, bird boy. You're funny.
And they'll keep it on the ground. Running back has the handoff. Tackled up near midfield at the 48. They're backed up here trying to make something happen on 3rd and long. We've reached
Insane.
timeout. This offense
In
is
fucking insane. So yeah, it's just,
urgency, trying to come up with a
if you do watch your team in Slow Sim, just be aware you're objectively making your players play worse.
way to go to convert this 3rd down.
I mean, the CPU almost just threw another pick. Like,
4th down. And here comes the punter onto the field. He's on to boot it
and what's
away.
crazy, this game had fucking rain.
Look at the leg strength of
We actually scored more points
and the punt
in
in the
bad
end zone,
conditions
touchback.
this game than the previous game in perfect conditions. Make that make sense.
In motion now. Oh, they trap him for a sack.
This is a no-chance play as a quarterback. This defensive end is getting off the ball so quickly. He is electric. That first step, he gets to the quarterback so quick. He's got
By the way, awesome 5-yard sack we just took. We called a fucking RPO where the QB could keep it or throw it to the guy in the flat. For some ungodly reason, my quarterback with 95 awareness, by the way, just elected to keep the QB keeper for a 5-yard, basically, sack versus throwing to the guy wide open in the flat.
Grinding away on the ground. Going to try to run inside, but nowhere to go. So a tricky situation here.
I mean, you guys are seeing it firsthand. On this drive, we've watched one offensive drive.
You know this defense could be very aggressive.
We took a 5-yard sack on first down. On second down, I wasn't paying attention. We gained 0 yards for 3rd and 15. And for 3rd and 15, we called a run play, and we gained 3 yards.
And that'll do it. We have a national
Like, literally, just as a public service announcement, if you want to watch your team play, you will objectively make them play worse, both on offense and defense.
all the teams. All the times they
So,
get close.
if you're someone like me who doesn't want to play the computer because you will just beat the fuck out the computer every single time you play them, and you want the computer to play the computer, just watch your team play when you're winning by like 20 points. Then, objectively, the CPU can't hoe you, but
call themselves national.
literally, you guys just saw it for yourself.
The legacy at this program, that's
My QB threw for 300 yards, 70%, 2 touchdowns in Fast Sim. Last time we watched the entire fourth quarter, he threw for like negative 10 yards.
To see an ending to a wild, very exciting season of college football. Let's pay tribute one more time to this season's national champions.
Maybe it's just me. I was going to say, maybe it's... Oh, dude, I can't even see my own coach celebrate because the game's bugged.
This has been a presentation of EA Sports College Football. They are official
That's funny.
kings of college football.
I can't even see my coach getting lifted off the field
Carolina Chanticleers.
because this game is bugged. So it's showing a random default player model as my head coach. Actually, let's go over Notre Dame stats first because that's really funny. This is the same quarterback that was just walking me down in Slow Sim the previous attempt we did. Dude threw for 50 in the rematch in which we Fast Sim the entire game. Dude threw 0 touchdowns, basically 2 picks. The last pick towards the end was clearly a pick. My guy just, for some reason, bricked it. 300 yards, just played fucking horrible. He had negative 17 rushing yards on 13 carries, which is probably why their offense just sucked. He just took too many sacks. And their running back had 0.3 yards per carry. So yeah, for all those people, okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. I actually thought the 5-minute timeout would actually do something, but you're so small brain that didn't work, so goodbye. I deal with low intelligent EA shit way too much. I'm not gonna deal with more low intelligent shit in my stream. But yeah, this is the same offense, by the way, that just walked us down and scored like 3 or 4 times back to back to back. And they can't get a first down. The only difference, we watched one of them, we simmed the other one. That's funny how that works. Funny how that works. Not the way I would have liked to have won my first national championship game, but very telling. Very telling. Yeah, silence is really bad. What year are we in? We are in 2030. Actually, yeah, that's good. 2035. There you go. 2035. My D-tackle gets player of the game? Okay. For defense, that's crazy. National Player of the Week. There's only one player that played that week, so I hope you win National Player of the Week on offense. No, Rob, it would have been that quick. This motherfucker get banned and hop on a separate account just to come back into my screen. That's so crazy. Keep going, buddy. Keep going. I got all day, man. Apparently, so do you with burner accounts, which is funny. That's crazy. Imagine having me take so much energy in your little small cavity that's between your ears that you're like, let me look at my second account. Crazy. Crazy. Yeah, honestly, I'm kind of tempted to let all you guys go. Because I brought all my my studs back last year, and we really didn't do anything but waste money. So I'm kind of tempted to let you guys leave in hopes of just getting newer players. I don't think it's ever worth paying your guys to come back. I think the money they want is ridiculous, right? Like my quarterback, just to get my quarterback to come back would cost me 535 points. That's no. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. So yeah, he's probably gone. Oh, there's account number 3. How many he got, chat? How many he gets? How many accounts do you think he has, chat? I'm gonna guess he probably has like 8 accounts. That's wild. And you know what's crazy? He clearly must be a nuisance to society, because why would you just keep 8 accounts around just for this? That's crazy. Okay, well, the national championship has been achieved. Took us a hell of a long time. I guess now I can go ahead and cover the other stuff I have been learning. So you guys asked me, or not you guys, but someone asked me how many 5 stars I can get. So obviously I didn't want to do this with my oh, there's account number 4. So I think it was Poodle. I want to say it was Poodle, but I could be wrong. But someone said that you can't hoard 5 stars anymore because of NIL. And as you guys can see on screen, I had 15 5 stars commit. And if you look at how much I paid for the 15 5 stars, I paid the exact same price as Ohio State paid with 8 5 stars. Who is he? Just some random shitter who's mad that I won a national championship in a video game. Lavar, yo, basically, what do you have to do to get invited to an EA deep dive? Suck their cock, make sure you get it nice deep down your throat, and then promise they never say anything bad about EA, and then they'll give you freebies, but I don't roll like that, so if your game sucks, your game sucks. I'm not gonna muzzle myself and pretend like your game's the greatest thing since sliced bread when it's not. William, he's in fact 5. He's in fact very much 5. Syracuse, say, basically, I hope you have a good 4th. I had a pretty fun 4th. So you streaming at YouTube been boring without you? Hell yeah, I appreciate that, Syracuse. Very much so. Very much so, 5. Yeah, Rob, I want to say the record for the most bans I've ever given one person was like 5 or 6, so I feel it. I feel it. But yeah, this concept, this notion of like the NIL, so like again, we'll see. I gotta make my video, right? But this general sentiment of everyone glazing the NIL system is retarded. Like I know for a fact, was it? I think it's not the expert. I want to say his name's Drew. I want to say it's not the expert, but I might be quoting the wrong YouTuber here. But there was a YouTuber on Twitter the day this game came out, like 3 or 4 days ago. And he said, NIL prevents you from just going after exclusively 4 and 5 star players and hoarding all of the wealth on the server, making dynasties boring and irrelevant. As you can see on your screen, I just did that. NIL is not going to stop you from hoarding every 5-star gem and 4-star gem on the server. If that was EA's intent of what NIL would be, they're fucking idiots. You can still do this shit. As you guys can see, in terms of the recruiting points, this might actually make a whole YouTube video or a YouTube short by itself. My first ever YouTube short is just clowning this guy. But yeah, as you guys can see, I still can do it. Yeah, but Beastly, that's only one recruiting class. Who cares if you could sign 1 billion 5 stars and 1 billion 4 stars, one recruiting class? You can't do that again. You want to bet? Now, unfortunately, I advanced 1 week past the screenshot. But if you go to my roster and filter by pure freshman, I have an 82 overall kicker. I have a 77 elite dev. This is the following season, just so you guys are curious. So this is the year after that crazy recruiting class where I had 15 4 stars and 15 5 stars. I have this corner, different guy, elite dev. I have this linebacker, different guy, elite dev. I have this receiver, different guy, elite dev. Also, as you guys can see, 99 speed, by the way. Some more true freshmen. This gadget receiver, impact dev. This guy is a star dev. This guy is star dev, impact dev, star dev, impact dev, star dev, elite dev, Elite Dev, Elite Dev, Elite Dev, Elite Dev. I think you get the picture here. I have like 15 Elite Devs, and this is the second year. I have gotten 30 plus people in back-to-back classes who are Elite Dev and Star Dev. Technically, I have like, I think what, 15? Yeah, I have technically 30 people on my roster who are Elite Devs, and like probably 40 something people on my roster with Star Dev. You can still do this every year. But Beastly, how are you? Yeah, anyone keeping count what number we're on? I guess I can scroll back up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're on 6 accounts. That's crazy. That's crazy. Imagine being that much of a loser. You get banned so frequently in people's chat. You got fucking 5 burners. You got 5 burners plus your main, which is 6. I'll tell you, this after how many years of your coaching tree? For the Florida Gator one, I'm like 4 years in. I feel you, homie. You think they want people who would be honest instead of yes men? That's crazy. Well, that's the thing, though, is that honesty doesn't make EA money, right? Same thing with sponsorships. If you ever see someone who takes a sponsorship, like an easy one I can give you, and this is going to probably burn some future bridges, but I don't really give a shit. I am who I am. I'm not going to muzzle myself for no man. But there's a lot of people who don't play Raid Shadow Legends, but they will happily just shoehorn that somewhere into their somewhere into their video and take the bag, even though they have no intentions of ever playing the game because the game sucks. They will happily just take the money and promote their audience to go do the thing they're promoting just strictly for money. The only sponsorship I will ever take on my channel is a product that I actively use and like in my own life, and I will actively promote it organically. So, I'm not going to promote people to buy this game and just pretend like all of its flaws just don't exist. But yeah, as you guys can see, the most expensive player on my roster only cost me 195 NIL. Well, Beastly, that's not fair because he's a freshman. No shit, your freshman's going to cost you no money. What a... Okay, small, no worries, I had to go handle some dogs. Some dogs are going ballistic in the background. Oh! But, yeah, as you guys can see, oh, Beastly, of course you're gonna owe the freshman no money. He's a freshman. As you guys can see, I have a 90 overall junior who wants $190. I have a 90 overall senior who wants 180. I have a junior QB who's a 90 overall that wants 175. You guys can get the point. Right? You guys can, you know, look at the 5 stars, the 4 stars, look at the abilities, look at the overall. I'm still retaining pretty much. And then let's go ahead and look at all my $0 guys, right? Most of these guys are like bench guys for the time being, but then we're going to get to these guys, right? My cheapest impact, or here's a $50 Elite Dev center I have. Cost me 50 schmeckles to get this 85 overall center with abilities and a good dev trait. So yeah, the NIL is so easily abusable that it's stupid. So for the developers out there who ruined their entire game for NIL, just to quote unquote make it to where you can't hoard 5 and 4-star players, oh, you still can. So if any YouTuber, PSA number 2, if any YouTuber tells you that you can't hoard 4 and 5-star players, they're lying to you. You can. They just won't tell you how to do it. So there you go. Some other funny stuff, and actually, where's the... Did I screenshot the guy with 100 stat? Or was it? No, it's not. It's a different guy. I think these are the same videos. If you guys want to see the video, here's the video. Just to show you guys how stupid this is, keep in mind, I signed like 15 5-stars and 15 4-stars, and look at how much money I have still in the top left corner of your screen. I have 5,000, whatever those coach points are. Like, I have bread for days. I have infinite bread. The NIL is like salary cap. It's not real. It's only real when I say it's real. Like, this is the class I signed after the other class. You're 2 different classes. This is mostly just for dev traits, just so you guys can see the dev traits. I have like 9 elite devs. 7. I have 7 elite devs. And like, how many star devs? 10? 15? Something like that. And then these guys are normal devs, impact devs, duds. They'll be cut a year later, but yeah, I signed a 32-man class of 4 and 5-star players and still had 5,510 points remaining. This shit's so stupid. This shit's so fucking stupid. Berg boy, your biggest flaw is you're a Gators fan? Hell yeah, man. I think my biggest flaw is my temper, but that works too. Juan, I'm assuming your name is pronounced Juan. I might be mispronouncing. I do apologize. Yo, bro, I'm a fan of the vids. I know this is probably a question you probably got a lot, but what playbooks do you think is the best so far? I've not tested very many playbooks, Juan, but in order for... I'm assuming this is no slow sim, because slow sim, it'll make every playbook play bad, so just keep that in mind. This is strictly for fast sim and menu sim. Defense, 4-2-5 multiple. Or 4-2... Oh my god. 4-2-5. Don't know which 4-2-5 yet, but best defense is one of the 4-2-5s. I'm still figuring out which one is which, because if you look at the top 10 defenses every year, it's always a 4-2-5. And then on offense, it's a 3-way rotation right now between Tennessee, Oklahoma, and Ole Miss. Those 3 playbooks shit out the most natties, and they shit out the most Heismans. Got to figure out, fine-tune why and what attributes you want for what playbooks, but those are the 3 front runners right now. Castle, so it's looking like the only way to help the CPU retain their ratings is to have them transfer count to around 10, I think. No, sadly. The NIL isn't just stupid for you, it's also stupid for the CPU. Again, I have a whole video that's going to be covering this shit in the next like week or so, but Yeah, it's really bad. I was able to get a top 5 recruiting class on this Florida Gator save file. I was able to get that top 5 class with only getting 5 stars from the transfer portal because the default setting is aggressively too high. On average, I was seeing between 15 to 25 stars every year enter the portal. And so if you were to just sign literally like 1 or 2 5 stars in the regular season window, and then you sign most of the 5 stars from the portal, you can easily get a top 5 class off just 5 stars from just the portal because there's that many people entering the portal. It's so bad. It's so bad. Tiger, so are you offering any NAL or just dropping the 50 points for the 4 and 5 stars? I'm gonna go in depth, Tiger, in the video, but it's a combination of both. It's a combination of giving them money and then not giving them money. Not every recruit has the same. The formula for recruiting in this year's game isn't flat. You can't do the same thing for every recruit. So just try to do that. There's account 7, by the way. Or 6? 6, 7? I think it's 7. But yeah, try not to do the same thing for every recruit. Not every recruit requires the same formula for recruiting. Some players require money, some players require hours, some players require both, some players require neither. So the formula will change, but it's only four options. So it's like a multiple choice test. The answer will always be there. Yeah, Devon, I will. You guys will have all my sauce like you always do. Just give me time to record it, do a whole depth breakdown, explain it, yada yada yada. Let's see if he gets a 10. Dude, if he gets a 10, that'd be hilarious. I already shattered my previous record. I think the previous was like 5 or 6. So he's already broke that. Rob, so basically they added a feature to promote a good change to the game, but in reality, it just is marketing. Yes. So, chat, before I show you my coach build, chat, any predictions? Again, this will get a whole YouTube video by itself down the road, but any chance you guys have any predictions on what my coach build is before I click this button on how I'm able to recruit 15 plus 5 stars and 15 plus 4 stars every year, shitting out 20 plus star / elite devs a cycle? Any predictions, chat? Any predictions? And just so you're aware, the build's not done yet. As you guys can see, I'm only level 40. Because of EA's fucking retardedness. Should put that on a fucking t-shirt. I am hampered with normal dev. So just keep in mind, I am how many years deep? I'm like, what? What year am I in? Does it not tell me what year I'm in? Oh, 2030 is right there. Yeah. So keep in mind, I've only been in this save file for 5 years. I've been here for 5 years, 5 seasons. So eventually when I get more perks unlocked and I can do more shenanigans, I will be able to do more shenanigans. But for the time being, I can't do any shenanigans for the time being. So here's my coach build. Some of you guys guessed it. Some of you guys got wrong. Actually, no. No, I was gonna like give you guys some hints, but no, just I'm gonna flash it on screen. Bam. There's the coach build, chat. There's the coach build. That's the coach build that has me shitting out. There you go. That's the coach build that has me shitting out 15 5 stars and 15 4 stars a year. That's the build. Oh, this is so stupid. The reason why is because you don't need, I say you don't need, but it does help. It's not really head coaching perks that's going to help you recruit players. It's other stuff. This is basically a vanilla coach. Beastly, we don't believe you that it's a vanilla coach. I have not even everything in motivator, right? I have max motivator for four things. My QB, but this is just player development. This does nothing. This does nothing, right? It's just my players level up faster. Well, Beastly, you have to have elite recruiter, right, fam? Right? You have to have elite recruiter. There's no way you don't have elite recruiter. I don't. In fact, I don't have any recruiter. Boom, it's right there on screen. I have no recruiter. Well, you must have got you must have done something with Program Builder then, right? Right? You have Program Builder. You must have done something with Program Builder. Chat. I don't have the pipeline perks. I'm still using Florida's default pipelines. I haven't bought this perk. I also haven't bought the Strong Roots perk, which would make my Florida players significantly easier to achieve. I have no recruiter. I have no elite recruiter, and I have no pipeline boosting perks. But Beastly, how are you able to do this if you have nothing helping you? There you go. There you go. I have basically done this off the backs of one perk. There you go. So just for disclosure, you get the most XP for winning games. So all I've done is force win my games, which who cares, right? The point of this is for recruiting, and the point of this is for your coach build. How I win my games doesn't really matter. So I have force won every one of my games just for the most amount of XP humanly possible I can squeeze into a 5-year season. Which, by the way, I did the same shit last year for the video last year. So trust me, the force winning shit is just for XP, right? I have essentially done everything I've done with lasting impression as my only head coaching perk. Now, here's the thing. As you guys can see, I also have bundle discount. Keep that in mind. I have bundle discount. I also have inside track. If you know, you know. If you don't, you will know when I eventually make a YouTube video about this. Eventually. Beastly, why do you have bundle discount and why do you have inside track? As you guys can see, when you go to these other coaching trees, right, it costs a ludicrous amount of points to hop between one tree to another. I was able to start in Motivator, get these perks on discount, and then buy Recruiter for free. That's right, F-R-E-E, that spells free. Creditreport.com, baby. I don't know why that jingle is still in my head 25 years later. But I got this for free. And the other thing is you could tell in the bottom, I have spent 15 tokens in Recruiter. I have 1 upgrade for QBs, and I have 2 upgrades in punters and kickers. The punters and kickers were free. This shit cost me 0 coins to buy the 2, which is really funny to me. That it costs 0 coins. Chat, you guys keep the counter going. Rainmaker, I do have Rainmaker, yes. I do have Rainmaker, yes. But I can promise you Rainmaker's not the reason why it's working. I can promise you it's not. So, my coordinators, someone asked earlier, what are my coordinators? My coordinators at the moment are elite recruiters. Bam, bam. But these two, I just recently acquired. And the reason how you can tell I've just recently acquired them, as you guys can see, they're not maxed out, right? I'm missing stuff for both of these guys. In like 3 years, I'll have them maxed out. But because they were on other people's staffs, right, they weren't maxed out. So I don't have them fully maxed out yet. Eventually, see, I have it, like, this build hasn't reached its final form yet, chat. My goal, by the end of getting this coaching build done, my goal is to be able to recruit 35 stars for under $3,000. That's my goal. Now, I haven't got there yet, right? You guys are, like, seeing the build. You guys haven't seen the ending yet. So, just so you're aware, this is only going to get more stupid when I eventually... The fuck was that? Oh, wrong chat. This is only going to get more stupid when I eventually have more perks. But I don't have the perks yet. My goal is to eventually try to sign the entire 5-star class with money. That's the goal. It's going to be money or with hours. But these guys are kind of stupid and buys their tokens the wrong way and yada, yada, yada. So the next thing, and all I ask is you guys to like, comment, subscribe, leave a comment, pull up to the squad with notifications, yada, yada, yada. But this next thing I'm about to show you, this next tip and trick, is free. So it's a free information. All I ask is you guys, plug the channel, yada, yada, show your support. As you guys know, oops, wrong perk. As you guys know, bundle discount clearly reads as follows. Every coaching or coach abilities are 2 points less for every coach on your staff. Meaning if my OC has it and my DC has it, it should be 4 points cheaper. This perk is currently bugged to give you more discount than what the perk is supposed to be. I gotta mute the other Discord because they're going crazy right now with notifications, and I can't have a thought. But yeah, chat, this perk is currently bugged to do more than the 2 points it's saying it's doing. Beastly, how can you prove it's bugged? Again, I'll have a video on this later on. All the sauce, pull up to the streams, you get the info first on the streams, and then, eventually I get turned to a YouTube video. Try to think of myself as the go to CFB, 26 and 27. We'll see if I can have the title, but either way, this perk is bugged to give you more than the 2 points it's saying it does. Here's how I've been able to prove this. So, for my elite recruiting coordinator, as you guys can see, he has the first 3 tiers in the kicker and punter one. If you go to the defensive coordinator, he also has the first 3 tiers in the kicker and punter one. Which means I guess I probably should have my Coastal Carolina one on screen because I haven't bought it yet. Chat, just pretend like I didn't just have the wrong thing on the screen. Wait, I probably should have had the other one on the screen because I've already bought it for that coach. I click continue. Shit. One moment, small detour. So just in case you guys don't know what the base prices are, because you don't, have the perks or pre-purchase. If I go to my Coastal Carolina rebuild, as you guys can see, the base perk is 10 points, 10 points, then 15 points, 15 points. That's with no reductions. Right? So the base perk is 10, which means if the perk was working as intended, it would reduce it from 10 to 6. That's not what it's reducing it to. It's reducing it from 2 points per to 5 points per. Which means if the base perk is 10 points, I can buy it for free. And once when I realized that I could buy it for free is when my monkey neurons activated and I was like, wait a minute. That means I could get the entire category of the kicker and punter one for 5 points or 10 points total, 5 points per. That shit stacks to these. So for example, I believe the base one is 15, right? I believe it's 15. I'm not going to go back to the actually, where's the fucking website? I can just use the website and not go back to my coach builds. Yes. So by default, all of these are 15 points. Which means, because you have the new, no longer 4-point reduction, but now the 10-point reduction, all of tier 1 recruiter will now cost me 5, 10, 15, 20, free, 25, 30, 35 points. And if you follow the math all the way down, which I'm not going to buy them all the way down, but if you just follow the math, that would convert this from being 15, 20, 25, 30 into 5, 10, 15, 20. So in a game in which there is rampant, and I mean rampant perk inflation, that perk now gives you an unbelievable amount of points. And what's funny is that shit also works for the elite recruiting perks, which was the reason why I realized, oh shit, I need to go find elite recruiters and do this for elite recruiting because that's a lot of fucking points. So eventually, the elite recruiting category, which base kit costs 25, 30, 35, 40, mine will cost 15, 20, 25, and then 35. Nope. I can't math. It'd be 30, 25, 15. Wait. 15, 20, 25, 30. I can math, I promise. So yeah, this shit is stupid. And so I cannot wait to eventually figure out what the actual best coach build, when I will eventually buy everything in base recruiter, everything in elite recruiter, everything in talent developer, and then everything in motivator. I cannot wait to buy it. And so yeah, that's what I've been currently fucking with is just how stupid this is. The only downside is, as you guys could probably guess, this was a problem in last year's game, and spoiler alert, it's a problem for this year's game. I can't tell my coordinators to spend their perks, like where to go. So for example, I would much prefer this dumbass from buying a couple points here, a couple points there. I would much prefer him to not spread out his points and just buy a couple things and then move on, couple things, move on. So unfortunately, I don't know how many years of sim it's going to take me to figure this out, but eventually I'm going to get a OC and DC that eventually has all of base recruiter and all of elite recruiter eventually, when they eventually, buy their perks, which is the reason why they are now beginning the process of buying motivator, is because I have the perk that gives them motivator. So they are wasting points in here before they're buying them in here. And so I got to, eventually they'll probably have all three of these maxed out eventually, but Yeah, the best coach build in the game is going to be really stupid, and I cannot wait to recruit 35 stars for like $2,000 or $3,000 and screenshot that bitch and make that into a YouTube video, because the NIL is not real. It's not. It's not real. It's a figment of your imagination. It's not real. So there's the TED Talk. Hope you guys liked it. Yes, Tiger, you could do it with and without Rainmaker, because Rainmaker's not what's making it work. Do you get per level? I want to say it's like 10 to probably 25. I have no idea. Tiger, how many you get per level? Or Rob, how you get per level? But I do know you get free points for re-upping your contract. So if you re-up your contract enough, theoretically, you should go over the cap. Because I believe those 10 to 15 points you get for re-upping your contract, I believe those are just extra points. And if you want to see how many points you're getting, it's right there. Yeah. So I believe the job security thing where you get tokens for remaining the head coach, I believe that is extra coaching points. So you could theoretically go over the cap of 2650. Unless these also include in the cap, and every time you re-up your coach, it removes tokens from your level up. I have no idea. But yeah, crazy. Crazy. Very crazy. In this save file, do I have a... Oh, I don't have Program Builder yet. I'm off by 1. Okay. Jared, yeah, it's 100% a error, but I mean, whether you want to call it a bug or a lazy insight onto the devs of EA, either way, the description says 2. I thought this entire time the perk was useless because, 2 points means dick when you're spending hundreds on a column, but now that shit's a lot better. So very, very, very useful information for sure. I'm going to spend bread to get this QB to come back because my other QB is leaving. I'll say both leave, and I'm going to be very sad, but... This guy's going to get drafted. Easily. He's probably also getting drafted. Nate Banks. My star rating go up? It should have. Hell yeah, LeVar. Appreciate that. What else was I going to cover? I'm forgetting. I'm forgetting. There is something else I wanted to show you guys on stream. Oh, what was it? Yep, I knew it. You guys were getting drafted. I knew it. It was not worth bringing you guys back. Yeah, it flees my mind. Fleets. Either way, it's missing me. I'm trying so hard to remember what it was. Oh well. I will remember it later. Do the hardest school in the game, Cody. Do UL Monroe. They're the hardest school in the game because I think they get like 30 points or like 12 points starting point for their stuff. They are so just down bad for tokens. You literally get no budget. It's insane how small your budget gets. Also, we're doing a 30-year rebuild on this Coastal Carolina thing. So if you're curious, what's the next rebuild we're doing? Basically, we're not done yet. I got more to do here. We're gonna go for the full 30. You know what? Honestly, I might go big here. We'll see. I might go big there. I'm honestly tempted just to skip the portal. Yeah, Cody. Someone told me it was bad. I didn't know how bad it was, but yeah, it's bad. I want the 5-star. Give me the 5-star, thank you. Ooh. Actually, before I start doing this, what's my budget? I'm a 3.5-star program. I was about to start hopping in there like my Florida Gator one, but I think the Gator one, I'm a 5-star program. They're a 3.5. I might have to wait one more year before I start spamming 4 and 5 stars. I probably need that extra half-star. I bet you if I was a 4-star program, I could do it. Yeah. I gotta remember I don't have what I have on the other one. Even though I just won the natty, I am not gonna balloon too high. Man, honestly, I'm kind of down to skip the entire portal. Yeah, I'm kind of down just to like yeah. Isn't my team full? I think my team's full, is it not? I forget how full my roster is. This is what happens when you don't plan a save file for a couple days. You fucking forget what you're missing and what you're not missing. You know what? I'm going to go after like 3 stars. That'll cost me nothing to fill spots just in case, but I'll just not go overboard. We're eventually going to go overboard eventually, but I don't know if we're quite there yet, and I don't want to, like, get there too soon and then fuck myself. So we're not going to do that too soon. Need every freshman 3-star corner I can find for $0. I'll take a sophomore, why not? Oh shit, wait a minute, wait a minute. I can remove the sophomores off my board now. You're gone, you're gone. Okay, got a couple corners. Really weak on the O-line. However, when I am a 5-star, I will be able to do the Florida shit on this save profile, which will be so fun. It'll be so much fun. There's my 7 tackles. I'm missing 5 guards, apparently. Just like the first 5 freshmen I get. These guys are all probably normal devs. But they'll just fill spots. And I'm assuming if I can stitch together one more year of winning, I probably should move up to be a 5-star. And then that's when shit's gonna go crazy. I don't really need a quarterback, but I guess I could take one. That's just like a pure hope. See, I don't remember. If I end up, you know, missing a giant section of my team because, like, a dumbass, I forgot. It's like, oh, you have no linebackers. That's going to be really funny, but I'm assuming I'm not just going to forget I'm missing whole parts of my team, so that should be a very safe class. A very safe class. Schnoz, no, they won't patch that because they never patched it for 26. And honestly, I think you could probably bump those numbers higher. I think about 50%, if not 60 to 70% of the 4-stars don't get pursued, and 75 to 80% of 3-stars don't get pursued in the portal. Like last year, it was a big problem having thousands of players despawn because there were more guys entering the portal than there were portal spots. And this year, that problem's magnified tenfold because the NIL. Hell yeah, Schnoz. Tiger, not yet, no, but I will tell you this much. There are 2 archetypes I'm really falling in love with. And one of them has speed in their name. Oh, another funny thing is so because EA was super mad at me for more or less predicting dev traits, they added more variety of player like stat thresholds for this game. I'm pretty sure by EA trying to hide dev traits with more stat thresholds, they've accidentally made it even easier to find players. Easy example I can give you. I can go probably find him somewhere in my Florida Gator save file where I was, just, fucking around with NIL recruiting and the coach builds, yada, yada, yada. There is a D tackle I found. He was a 4-star. He was a 4-star D tackle, no gem, right? Anyone want to get, and oh, by the way, his archetype is a gap specialist. He's a gap specialist D tackle. Anybody want to guess how fast he was and how much finesse move he had? Yes, it's either a speed rusher, a speed receiver, or a speed rusher D tackle. Yes, edge, D tackle, or receiver is one of the three. Tiger, yes. Schnoz, yeah, Jaden came up with a good solution, just removing 1 and 2 stars altogether since FBS teams don't even recruit 2 stars or below. I mean, honestly, or just give us more spots. But yeah, like 1 and 2 stars. I mean, I don't ever factor them, but yeah, if like 80% of 3 stars aren't getting recruited, then like 100% of 2 stars aren't getting recruited. Schnoz, 84 speed, 90 finesse. You actually weren't that far off, Schnoz. No, Tiger, the Florida Gator one was an offline, because so like the Coastal Carolina one, I want to do almost everything on camera for Coastal Carolina, but like obviously I might not stream every single day, so then I can't progress or have forward progress for Coastal. So the Florida Gator one was just a offline one where I'm just, again, fucking around with recruiting and I'm fucking around with NIL, and it's basically just a dummy experimental account. That way I could actually do experiments and do challenges and shit where I'm not having to do it on camera, on stream, because, I don't have an infinite amount of time to do both. .86 speed, 91. Okay, so Homie, this is, by the way, a 4-star D tackle. He's a 4-star gap specialist. Homie has 84 speed and 88 finesse move. And I said, what the fuck is wrong with you? There is no gap specialist who should ever have 84 speed and 88 finesse move. So I said, fuck it, I'm going to go recruit him. To the surprise of nobody, that motherfucker was Elite Dev. I'm like, of course he is. So I think in EA's attempt to make it harder to find Elite Devs and Star Devs, they might have done the opposite and made it easier. Because if you know, as an example, another one I could use, a quarterback here. I found a quarterback with 95 throw deep. Now, I'm not sure if I have to explain this to you, but there should never be a quarterback, regardless if he's a 2, 3, 4, or 5-star quarterback, that should ever spawn with 95 throw deep. And so I said, fuck it, I'm going to go after him. That guy also had Elite Dev. And I'm like, holy shit. So I'm not saying, I don't think it's speed. I don't think speed's the tell no more. I don't think you can just blindly look at somebody's speed and assume they're Elite Dev or Star Dev. However, I think you can look at their other stats, and with a pretty high margin of error, assume, okay, like example, if you find a pure blocking tight end with like 90 catching, yeah. So I think EA removed it being speed and acceleration, but all they've done was move the crazy stats elsewhere. So like, if you still know what you're doing, So I think the days of just spamming speed is done, but the days of spamming dev traits is not done. You can still find a shitload of star devs and elite devs without. Oh, that's what I was gonna go do. I just kicked my mic. Apologies. That's what I was gonna go do. Okay, I remember now. I was gonna go test if architect or strategist worked the exact same as it worked in previous years. I was gonna go do that live on camera. That way I can make my video quicker. Yeah, Tiger, I'm gonna have that in the video. But you are getting close. You're getting warmer. I mean, Shazi probably was, but didn't go after him. Castle, just the outlier stats outside of the archetype now that you can find. Yeah, see, again, I got to do more data compiling, Castle, and do more research before I say something's fact. But I have noticed that if you just look for stats that just don't make sense, those players typically have a high dev trait, like the quarterback with 95 throw deep, or the pure blocking tight end with 90 catching. I have noticed all of or the 88 finesse move gap specialist. I've noticed all of them happen to be elite devs, and all of them have stats that make no sense. Or like, I bet you it's going to happen eventually. I'm going to find a fucking running back with like 98 juke move stock. It's going to happen. I'm going to find it. I'm going to have a running back with like 90 stock trucking. It'll happen. Just got to do more numbers, and numbers are pretty boring, so. Hey, ODB, how you doing? Coastal nice? Hell yeah, we just got our first natty after several years. Hey, y'all were going crazy in the content creator Discord. I had to mute that shit for my live stream because that shit was like dinging every 4 seconds. Well, I'm not gonna. Very busy man. Make your own content, own streams, videos. Go check the guy out if you guys haven't. I've broken at the game. ODB. So this is gonna eventually get its own YouTube video by itself in like the next week, but I have found a pretty consistent way of getting 30 plus 5/4 stars every year for like 5 years straight. And I'm spending about the same amount of money as an average school who's getting between like 5 to 7, 5 to 8, somewhere in that ballpark. So that's fun. The NIL is in fact real, and it does work. Not really. Not at all. So the content for this game is going to be insane. For sure. For sure. Oh, it's so bad. I have a very strong feeling that in my online dynasties, to make the CPU relatively competitive, I'm going to have to almost turn off the portal for the CPU entirely, because for starters, there's just too many 5 stars and 4 stars entering the portal. So even if there were spots for them, they can't fit on a team. And then for the ones that, you know, don't make it to a team, they're more or less despawning because of money. I've seen so many 5 stars be like, or not 5 stars, 4 stars. I've seen so many 4 stars be like, hey, I want 75 NIL, and literally no one gives them an offer. and then they just despawn. And then, you know, you'll have a team like Sacramento State be like a 51 overall. Or a team like, what was the other one I saw? Sac State was like a 51, and then there was a 52 or 53 overall school. They were the same overall as an FCS school. Literally, they were the same overall, and I'm like, this is crazy. There should be no school struggling to have a roster, and you should not be in the 50s. It's like you have to stop the CPU from killing itself, which is just insane to say out loud, but yeah, it's, yeah. The big schools, though, they're also suffering, too. I've noticed the overalls don't match what they should be down the road. Like, most of these big programs are struggling to maintain, like, an 85 overall. The big schools are getting sniped or sharked from their players, and the small schools can't afford them. Which leads to just team regression going through the moon. And this was already a problem in last year's game, and the NIL, like everything else, has just made this 10 times worse. Yeah, what are your thoughts, ODB, about the game initially? Because I'm still working on my initial thoughts for the game, and I think this game is going downhill super fast. I don't know the damage EA Sports has done to this game. I don't know if they could fix it. I think it might just have to be waived till 28 with how bad and flawed several features have been. I mean, I guess if you play like 2 seasons or 3 seasons of your Dynasty, it's like fine. But like if you sim anything, Ultimate Team, I've not really dove deep into Ultimate Team yet. And then same thing with Regs. I've not played Regs at all. Just simply watching the game play itself against itself, and it regresses so quickly. So I guess if you sim, like, if you're one of those guys that plays every game and you got like a 9-to-5 job and you sim maybe 2 to 3 years, it's fine. But like the longer the game, your Dynasty ages, the worse it gets. Now I can't wait to see what happens with people. I would assume that the people in our league, for the Content Creator League, and the ones I'm going to host for my own people, I'm assuming my people will maintain better than the computer will. But yeah, it regresses pretty bad. And I don't know how to stop the CPU from hurting itself aside from just turning off the portal like 90%. Because the portal also dictates when players go pro, so if I stop them from going pro and I stop them from entering the portal, I could keep like an 84 overall quarterback on like a team longer, which would make that team more competitive and yada, yada, yada. Yeah, ODBs. I've kind of had I know I've seen Poodle, Jaden, Max, lots of you guys have been going ham with the videos. I have yet to make a video on this game. And again, this is not a shot towards you guys or anyone else, but I don't really make any content unless I'm like 100% sure what I'm yapping about. So for me, I'm kind of compiling shit, which will put me a smidge behind the curve, but I'd rather be accurate than be first. Case in point, the guy that told me I can't recruit 15 5-stars and 15 4-stars in a year. And I did that shit 5 years in a row. Because the NIL is a joke. But that's just me. To each their own. Can't wait to buy perks for this Coastal Carolina rebuild. We've been perkless for so long. It's going to feel weird to actually buy perks. I've been yapping to you guys so much, I haven't really been paying attention to who we are and aren't losing in the portal. I might have to swing around some clutch week 3 visits or so. Could pull hours off. You were gonna win. Another year of house rules sounds like, oh yeah. If you want to keep it somewhat tame, oh yeah, you gotta have house rules. Like in my online dynasties, I'm gonna have to probably implement several. There was rules in general I was going to make, but I'm gonna need several new rules just to deal with. Oh, like Penn State doing this to me. Okay, that's not gonna work, Penn State. I don't want you to take my guy. My champ contender's only an A. I just won the national championship. What do you mean? How can my shit be just an A? I literally have just won the most important thing of the year. I love this game. 10 out of 10. Totally would recommend. I just literally won the most important award there is, and they're like, nah, high enough. Not high enough. That's great. You can do better. Can I, though? Can I? Oh, my bad. I went 15-1. Oopsies. Apologies for not going 16-0 and winning the Natty being perfect. This game's funny. I shouldn't be jumps. Yes, guys, go back and rewatch the beginning of this stream. I show you just how busted can get. It's crazy. ODB, your time is a lot of your shit's used for editing. A lot of my shit is I hand do all my stuff. Like my biggest time waste is getting the numbers and then making a thumbnail. The actual video part and then editing part, I don't do any literally any editing to my stuff. I pretty much just cut out the stutters, and shit like that. But I don't really edit that much of mine. Also, this bug that hides if you're in the top 3 or not is super annoying. I would really love it, EA, if you just didn't do that. I'd rather do pro potential, because if that randomly drops to an F, I'm gonna cry. Is there a guard of getting any resistance for? Guess I can do you. That way we have some pairs. We're gonna lose some of these 3 stars. But that's a sacrifice I am going to make. Yeah, most of you guys, that was the first time I've ever met you guys in the content creator Discord. It's so funny too, because one day I'm having a fucking mental breakdown over some stupid. I think it was my game, my QB had 30 carries. in like CFB 26, and someone of my enters my chat. They're like, "Hey, you want to join the online content creator only league?" And I'm like, "Yeah, invite me there. Why not?" And then I went back to having a fucking mental breakdown over my quarterback having 30 attempts as a pocket passer. By the way, great game. Great game. Which, by the way, that's still in this game. All jokes aside, that still can happen to your quarterbacks. Along with this shit can happen to your quarterbacks. Where's my screenshot? Where's the funny picture I'm going to shove into my YouTube video? Where is it? Where's the funnies? There it is. So, this was like peak comedy. My fucking quarterback having 72 passing attempts in a sim game. Very cool. 72 passing attempts. And he completed only 23 of them. Dude was at 31%. No interceptions, though. That was cool. No interceptions, but that stat made me just laugh. Absolutely insane. Castle, I've not broken down too much of the recruiting stuff. I'm still working on playbooks and NIL at the moment, recruiting. But I'll when I get done with playbooks and recruiting, I'll go down. I mean, I guess I could test strategists. I mean, I'll do it now just to make it easy, but I got to test to see if architect and strategist are the same numbers they've been the last 2 years. And once when I have them confirmed to be the same numbers, I can just assume everything else is the exact same. And then that'll make the other videos easier to do. They don't test shit? Oh, they really don't. They really don't. I am their unpaid tester. Castle, I can tell you for a fact. Here's a 98 speed guy I found. He's fun. But yeah, I can tell you for a fact in CFB 25, abilities did matter. But I think they ditched it pretty quickly. And I think like not even quickly. I think that was probably that way for like what, 2 months, a month of 25. Then EA nerfed it, and then they nerfed it again in 26, where they made 5-stars basically have no purple abilities, which was like super boring. It's like, why would we want to have fun playing your game, man? Can I ask what's the harm in my running back having platinum shifty off rip versus me upgrading like 2 things to get plat shifty? Like what's the harm in that? Actually, what's the harm with your good players having abilities? I know, hot take, but they're your good players for a reason. They should play like your good players. You escape the salt mines to watch my content? Dude, I am oozing. I'm a seething human being like 95% of my time on this game. Oh, shit. ODB, were you present in my stream with the Slow Sim National Championship game I just played like an hour ago? Dude, that was so funny. So like what I typically do in my streams, I normally menu sim the regular season, and for like conference championships and playoff games, I'll go in and like watch them play, because I know if I play the game, I just score 1,000 points to the computer and it wouldn't be very fun. And so I go into the natty, and my team scores like 30 points through, you know, I think with 2.5, 3 quarters. And so I go to watch the 4th quarter. In the entire 4th quarter I watched, my CPU offense gained like negative 10 yards. Like every run play the CPU called, they lost yards, and my quarterback on screens and shit wouldn't throw the ball. He just takes sacks. We gained 0 points through the entire fourth quarter. And the other CPU quarterback was just fucking slinging heaters. And so I'm like, okay, this is horseshit. I reset the game, didn't watch any, kept it pure fast sim, no slow sim. And we scored like 48 points. My offense could not literally get a first down in slow sim. And then in fast sim, we dropped almost 50 points. Like, it is, again, it was a problem in last year's game too. But it's really annoying that all of these bugs and glitches and issues that were problems in last year's games are still in this game. Like, now I know I can't watch my team play in slow sim unless I'm winning by like 30 points because my defense will, you know, go full Tropic Thunder, full Robert Downey Jr. If you know, you know. Not going to make the reference because YouTube will cancel me. But like, your offense and defense will go full Johnny. I almost said Johnny Depp. Wow. Full Tropic Thunder. It's horrible. It's awful. So, and like, I could do coach mode, but like, coach mode's slow as hell. Like, coach mode is so bad. Like, I don't really want to sit here and spend an hour and a half playing one. I say playing, but watching the CPU play a game when I could just, you know, have it do it itself. This like shouldn't work, but I'm kind of curious if I can get this to work. Well, I magically have a 4-star just appear. Let's see. Make sure all these guys are hard sold, and we will advance. King Henry, dude. Henry the GOAT. I did Zion, I did. It was very, very fun and not stressful sim game in which we just mollywopped in fast sim Notre Dame by like 30 points, but in slow sim we were getting bent over. Yeah, but you would think ODB after a while they would fix the damn logic, but no. I also play with higher aggressiveness. I play with 75-75, so it made less sense why the computer was calling run plays or spamming run plays when my aggro is set higher than the average. Matthew, I believe we're a 3.5-star school now after winning our first natty. I believe. Unless it's going to update now. But we should be at 3.5. Yep, we are 3.5. We're going to get held down a lot because our academic prestige is just awful. But we'll eventually get our atmosphere up. Actually, we can't change that. Yeah, our campus lifestyle being mid and our academics being awful might forever hold us back, but I'm going to hope that if I get everything else to an A+, we can somehow squeeze out a 5-star, but I don't know if this program can actually achieve a 5-star. We might be hard capped at a 4.5. Which is annoying, but can't change that, so. Ooh, let's go look at dev traits, actually. Elite dev. Nice. Star dev. Nice. Impact, 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 star dev, elite dev. Nice. Star dev. Actually, you know what? Stephen McGraw. This was a very similar archetype to the dude I was just yapping about like 30 minutes ago. The guy I found on my Florida Gator rebuild had like a couple more speed and a couple more finesse move, but it was like the same concept. This dude should not be a gap specialist. He should be a speed rusher, but elite dev, star dev, and then a bunch of just fill-in impacts and normals because I need... Ooh, this guy's a random star dev. I'll take that. Ooh, another random... Oh, a quarterback with a star dev. I'll take that. That's nice. Yeah, we got some fill-in dudes. That way I don't magically forget I have, like, no safeties on my roster and be boned. Now, Odie, I love having dyslexia. Can't read my B's and D's probably. ODB, your King Henry video, I've not watched it. Is that on Derrick Henry or is that on the Madden Pro Player Henry? Which Henry is that? I'm assuming it's Derrick Henry, but... I guess I could just literally go to my phone and type in your name and look at the thumbnail, and then it should instantly tell me what it is. Oh, it's Derrick Henry. Okay, got it. Dude, armbar is so funny. Armbar is such a funny ability. Just watching someone get manhandled like they're a child is so funny. Too bad the ability is tied to power, which is like the worst thing in the game. Because that shit costs you 1,000 points. Yeah, why EA Sports thought it would be appropriate to make speed and power ridiculously expensive in this game is just beyond me. Along with, like, everything else being way overly priced. Well, can we go back-to-back with this team? I'm going to hope we can. How many elite devs do we have in this roster, chat? We can filter by dev traits in this game, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, we have 11 elite devs. That's not bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We have 11. What's it? X Factors. That's the wrong game. 11 elite devs and 14 star devs. That's not bad. That's really not that bad. And I'm not going to count impact devs and normals. That's too much work. Considering we've been mostly going after 3 stars this entire rebuild, we haven't really cranked that many 5 stars and 4 stars out quite yet. We'll eventually get to the 4 and 5 star spam in due time, but not now. We're still slowly going through. Ooh, I am missing a tight end. That's not good. You're elite dev, though. No. Ooh, you can move. You're fine. You're bad. Impact dev and you're a gadget, so you're useless. Ooh, okay, we got a couple seniors. We got a couple seniors. Okay, that's not bad. I'm gonna move you to probably left tackle. Nah, he'll play left tackle. That's season 84. An 84 in this game is like a 90 in last year's game. I'll move you to left guard. Move the left guard to center. And move the tackle probably to guard. Yeah. I mean, they're all kind of equally bad. I know their dev traits are very high, minus these 2 normal dev jabronis, but... The progress... Ooh, our D-line is bad. Ooh, our D-line is so bad. I have nothing but babies. I don't have, like, any spare linebackers either. Ooh. I might move him to play ledge. Yeah, he'll play ledge. He's a bit small, but he'll fit. Hopefully. Well, let's see what our upgrade tokens are. Hopefully we get some good upgrades. Probably for some archetypes, Castle, yes, but again, I've not done a very crazy in-depth one, so I'll have to see. This is the best quarterback I've had this entire rebuild in terms of overall, but he doesn't look that good statistically. I'll throw you some dot, man. Why not? Upgraded. That looks so... Didn't they also say this year they were going to change the athletes to not look like 45-year-old grown men? I know this kid's a senior, but aren't seniors in college like 22, 23? This kid does not look like a 22 or 23. This kid looks like a 45-year-old grown man with diabetes, a starving family, and like credit in the 500s. What is this? This man looks like he's struggling. But he's my QB, so. My 92. See, what sucks is I probably should be spending my tokens manually for all of them. But, like, it's kind of pointless to just manually upgrade my players in this game because, like, he's up to an 80. I guess I could do this. And then this? No, that's bad. I really hate the fact they've made me to where I have to spend all of my tokens every year. I really hate that so much. Especially considering the fact that now players get drafted in like the mid 80s. You have a dude who's like an 84, 85 overall, you know, redshirt sophomore elite dev or star dev player, and he just becomes a 7th round draft pick. It's so bad. It is so awful. I can't buy that. I can't keep his overall down. Yeah, I kind of can, actually. But yeah, forcing me to spend my tokens while also having a system in place to get kids drafted sooner is just such a bad combo. Very dumb, EA. Very dumb. Just spent 44 tokens on 2 power upgrades and 1 elusiveness. Awesome. Like, this game has so many problems, but if they were to allow me to, like, choose when I can and upgrade my players, that'd fix quite a few issues. That'd fix the NIL problems. That would fix the draft pick problems. It'd fix so many problems. But EA's not doing that. Why? Because it's a benefit for you, the player, and they don't want to benefit you. They want you to suffer. That way you get off this game mode and go play Ultimate Team and spend money on packs. Fun fact. Actually, where's my defensive ends? What are you? You're a power rusher, okay. Power rusher. Power moves. Yes, buy those. Considering he's a converted linebacker to play DN for a season, I feel like he's not that bad. Not the best, but I've seen worse. And chat, could you imagine how awful this would be if you had fucking the penalty for manual progression? Oh, that'd be so much worse. That'd be so awful. Do I have any transfers? No, we're good. We're good. So, chat, do you think we run it back in the ACC? We kind of ran through this conference with next to no resistance, so... Do we run this shit back to go back-to-back ACC champs? Actually, no, I lied. We didn't. We aren't the ACC champs because we lost to Miami in the ACC. So we won the Natty, but not the... I should have more stuff now. I do, in fact, have more stuff. The question is, do I want to do the funny thing now or do the funny thing next year? I think we do the funny thing next year. I think I have to be at least a 4-star school to do the funny thing. I don't think it would work for a 3-star. I'll do the support staff because it's free. I'll do the extra pay it forward hours because it's free. And then I will finish the year with chat, do we want to do one more year of doing 3-stars or no? Because if I'm going to be scouting 3-stars, I need more hours. Honestly, though, I feel like it won't really matter. I think the progression would be better. Because if we're going after 3-stars, the NIL one will do nothing. And then I guess if we're also doing 3-stars, the extra hours won't do much either. I'll just do this. It's fine. Ooh. Or do I take away all my hours to make my facilities better? Ooh, I don't know about that, actually. Can my AD things pop now or no? When do I see my AD expectations? Because if my AD expectations are easy and they don't like glitch out or bug out, I could cheese this. If the AD expectations are glitchy, I might be cooked. Holy shit. Actually, do we have free 4-stars yet? No, okay. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Basic duty calls. People, hey, no worries. You go be the hero, man. Go save those people in the ER. Have a good rest of your evening as well. Hope you had a wonderful 4th of July. And I will see you in the next one. Take care. Actually, I'll do that from the front. It's fine. Dude, imagine if there was a filter where you could filter by $0 3 stars. That'd be so nice. But of course not. I had a great 4th of July. Played Wordle with the family and watched some really cool fireworks. My nephew couldn't really enjoy them because... Really? Okay. That's annoying. My nephew couldn't really enjoy them because it would burst his eardrum, so we had to kind of watch them, but not really watch them. Zion, I don't remember, but I think it was like what, Madden 24, Madden 25. This was a Madden not that long ago that had armbar was just ridiculously busted, and they never touched that shit all year. So we'll see. I know the CFB crowd, they are hell-bent on keeping things fair. I know the Judkins spin move got nerfed a while back, but we'll see. The thing about ball carrier moves is most of the time the devs are like, if you just don't want to get stiff arm, just go for a cut block. So, I'll say cut block. Go for the cut stick. Because you can't break a cut tackle. To my knowledge, you can't. Ain't no way I'm about to scout 35 3-star running backs and only find 1 gem, right, EA? Right. Right. You're not going to fuck me on 35 prospects, right? Okay, that's another... Okay. My bad, let me clarify. The green kind, not the red kind. Stop giving me the red. I need the green, please. Thank you. Took you a long-ass time. Here we are. I can't see your trucking. That blows. Deadly. I don't know if I'd say it was deadly, but in like order of operations, the best move to the worst move. In like 25, it was spin move, juke move, then stiff arm. And then for 26, it was honestly none of them, because the speed boost glitch was better than any spin move, juke move, or truck move you could do, because the speed boosting glitch was just so overpowered. And then for this game, I have no idea what's good in this game. I've not played any online games or played the computer myself yet. Yeah, for on offense, I do. I'll eventually go through like the entire lineup, but I do halfbacks, quarterbacks, and receivers first. My goal by the end of this season is to have like 25 to 33 star gems. That's the goal. Now, will I hit that goal? Probably not, but that's the goal. Also, just to make sure I don't hoe myself, I'm going to remove this to guarantee I have enough hours to bring back in my OC and DC. Shit, chat, I didn't change my conference. I think we still have 8. No. Wait, do we have 9? Oh, I can't math. I want 9 conference games. I think I might have messed up. 55 overall Delaware. I will play the other blue chicken. 57, 57, 56. Hey, chat, if you ever want to make my eyeballs bleed, someone vote for Sam Houston for the next rebuild, and I'll have to stare at that fugly Clemson orange again. I hate it. The first preseason is just the things I think are the most important, so. We'll do sack. Why not? Oh, I did fix it. Okay. Nice. We have 9 conference games. That's good. It was busted the first year, so. What do you mean, Castle? You mean like recruiting, or do you mean like after you already have them on your team? Have 15 or fewer turnovers will not happen. We will fumble. Have a coach/player win an award. That hurts. That we're not. The CPU fumbles too much to have turnovers be a thing. I've never went in and like directly tested that castle, but from my experience, it feels incredibly just random. I've seen players get dev bumps that did nothing, and I've also seen players get dev bumps who put up like 10,000 yards. So I really wouldn't put a ton of stock into it. That's generally also the reason why I advise you to recruit good players to begin with. That way, you don't have to, like, hope. Like, obviously, if someone's dev goes up, that's great. But every person I recruit onto my team already has a dev trait, so I'm not going to have to hope. Kenny goes from, you know, if he has a late dev, cool. If he has star dev, cool. If he has impact dev, cool. But there will be as little normal devs as humanly possible. Preferably. Do they still, you know, slip through the cracks? Yes. But my goal is to have 0 every year. 0 normal devs, 0... Honestly, I would prefer no impact devs too, but again, can't guarantee that. Well, we just scouted 35 3-star running backs and found 2 dev traits. So that blows. Next, let's do wide receivers. Come on, man. Where's the free guys? There they are. There's the cheap bastards. The beauty of being a 3-star school, you get free 3 stars. Pretty cool. Hey! Chat, look what I found! Chat, look what I found, chat! I'm not gonna lie to you. I feel like there's always one 99 speed receiver, literally every class. I feel it in my bones. There's always one 99 speed wide receiver in every class. I swear. I swear there's always a 99 speed guy. Let's go ahead and peek the... Oh, my offense got a significant downgrade. We're a 96. Now we're a 91. Ooh. Oh, my tight ends got worse. That's why. Ew. This looks about right. My safeties suck, but who cares? Chat, should we try a different playbook this year, or should we try with should we stay with the tried and true? Ooh, actually, I lied. I'm changing playbooks this year. I want to go try the Boise book. Because that Boise coach has been going nuclear the last, like, 2 years. It's just the regular Boise. We'll try it. My team might not be built to run the Boise book, but we'll try it. Castle, it's not really a cheese. It's just, some playbooks have a ton of RPOs and screens, and generally speaking, most of the time, the guy receiving the screen or the RPO is your slot receiver. So, if you want anybody to have a ton of catches, which typically leads to more yards and touchdowns, do that. So normally I make my best pass catcher my slot receiver, normally. But it just depends on the playbook, right? Where is Boise? Now, Boise's success could be because they're playing like 12 overall teams. There's only really one way to find out, so let's try it. And my 4-3 multiple. So, man pressure. I bet you 45 man pressure is probably like the best, because I believe that's the same playbook that the Sooners have. I think. Let me check. Where's Choklahoma's DC? Believe it's man 4-2. It is man pressure. That might be the best one. We'll see. We're trying a new offense. We'll try a new defense too. Why not? Miggy Smalls, are the stat ranges the same for devs? No, they're different. They're different. There are different thresholds for different things now, so they're different, sadly. They're outdated. I'll have new ones out, though, in probably a few weeks or so. Well, we got a new DC, a new defense and offense, so we'll see how things go this year. If we don't make the natty, we can just blame the playbooks. And cope. Ooh, another gem receiver. Thank you. Ooh, another gem wide receiver. Thank you. EA is being very gracious to me right now, which means I'm about to get righteously fucked by something. EA never gives you anything without taking something in return, so I'm about to get diddled. Whether it's just bad sim results or I'm gonna get hoed for awards, something bad's gonna happen. Or they're gonna hoe me for the rest of the wide receivers. That could happen too. Hey, 91 speed. Nice. Why are my receivers always so good to me? I have 2 people for the Heisman hopeful before the season. Okay. Well, let's see if we can squeeze out one more. Got locked out of somebody. Hey, 30 likes. Appreciate y'all. No, my playing style just locked me out. Are you fucking kidding me? No, the glitch is back. No, the glitch is back, chat. No. That's frustrating. That's frustrating. If you guys don't know what glitch I'm referring to, in CFP 26, you got penalized for bye weeks where they would lower your average stats and it would give you Fs for deal breakers like playing style and champ contender and shit like that. I haven't played a game yet. We're in week 3, and that's why my playing style dropped from an A to an F. It'll go back up next week, but I might already lose him in this 1 week. I can't go after him because Pitt's fighting me for a 3-star, so that hurts. If we could like pass the ball a lot to offset that, I would appreciate that, but I'm also using Boise, so I don't know how Boise's, you know, like that for passing. Or like if I was using the Tennessee playbook, I know we could pass a lot from that, so. Generally, I go for the, 94 speed. No gem, but pretty fast. Generally, I'm going after 3 stars, never touching 1 and 2 stars. And I'll be going after 4 stars. See, I thought the same thing, Castle. But they had a receiver get like 1,800 yards like a year or two ago. Which made me go, ooh, who are they? And then I popped open their stats and their offense was just insane. But, you know, I got to figure out, is their offense insane because the playbook, or is their offense insane because Boise's playing a bunch of 60 overall teams with a bad conference, you know? So, give and take. Don't. I need us to pass for like 1 billion yards, though. I need us to pass so aggressively that my playing style goes from an F to an A in 1 week. We'll see. Tiger, I'm not doing 4 and 5 stars period right now because I'm waiting to get a bigger program, but when I'm eventually bigger, I'll do 4 and 5 stars. Okay, 31-13. I hate the fact that we only scored 31. I mean, Castle. No disrespect, homie. But, like, do you see what's on your screen right now? My QB just threw for 400 fucking yards and 3 touchdowns. Holy shit. Again, I know it's Delaware, but my QB just crazy. Actually, we didn't even run the ball that well. Yeah, all of our six. Oh my god, I had a receiver get 177 yards receiving. Good lord. What did my defense do? My defense got 1 sack and 0 interceptions. Okay, that's not good. Matthew, the fact you can't differentiate between the video game and the real life is sad. It's Boise. They play a bunch of nobodies. In game and in real life. Hey, you're fine. I'm tempted, though. Who's my slot receiver? I might move the other guy to be slot. He is my slot. Okay, let's go move the other guy there. I'm kind of curious what numbers we'll see. $82? Nah, that's the best. Yeah, 82 is fine. If my 82 overall receivers putting numbers like that up. I want to see what my number 1 actually puts up. The defense of aggro I also might increase a smidge. See how much aggressiveness it takes before I break it. I'm hoping not a lot, but we'll see. No, I'm still an F. No. .96 speed. That's nuts. Oh, playing style. Why? You're playing Oregon this season? You know what, Matthew? Just for you, because I don't know Boise ball like that. What is Boise's schedule? They're going to get fucking murdered by Oregon in the opening game of the season. That probably won't be close. And they play Memphis, South Dakota, Western Michigan, Utah State, Fresno, Washington State, Texas State, Colorado, Oregon State, San Diego State, and a flex game. Yeah, if they don't go undefeated minus Oregon, then they have just a cupcake-ass schedule. Like, half of these teams are going to struggle to get 5 wins. Their final total should be 11-1. Their only competent opponent they have to play is Oregon, in which you're going to get slaughtered by Oregon. But the rest of those teams are absolute cake. You're playing a bunch of 1- and 2-star programs. Okay, I was right, then I was wrong. Okay. And I'm not in the business of like bringing up old shit because I frankly just don't fucking care. But I mean, if you want to bring up the real thing, like they had a Heisman kid that should have won a Heisman in Ashton Genty. But even with their best season they've ever had, they got blown out by a Penn State team coached by a guy who's perennially known for choking games. So, the fact that Boise's most impressive thing they have is a loss to James Franklin in the playoffs is pretty fucking embarrassing. So, let's keep the stuff in the game, right? And let's not pretend. Let's not be delusional here. They're an okay program for what they have to work with, but they are not in any conversation whatsoever of being relevant of any variety. Let's calm down. They're an okay team. They're an okay team who's so financially strapped they have to sell chunks of their blue field to make money. They're that poor. So let's call a spade a spade. Yeah, I bet you if you had a pass catching back Castle that had like crazy catching stats, you probably could get away with doing that. You know, I'm going to increase the aggro of my defense. We gave up 13 points last week, which is pretty embarrassing for a 60 overall program. Matthew, how much drugs have you ingested in the last like 25 seconds? Boise would be blessed to make the playoffs, and even then, they would just get ran up by like 65 points by the next team they'd play. Dude, could you imagine how much of a fucking massacre it would be to watch Boise versus Ohio State? Or watch Boise versus Georgia? Like, they would just get flooded by 80 points. That shit would be so uncompetitive, they would just turn that shit off in the third quarter. Oh, I didn't move my rivals. Oh. I'll do that next year. I kind of have to win, which we should win, but these visits can be a smidge scary this year. But yeah, you'll be blessed if you make the playoffs just to get ran up on by an actual big boy, because those big boys have big players and better coaches and lots to work with. Which, as a fan, why would you even want to watch that? Wouldn't you much prefer to watch your team play people that you can actually play against? Why would you willingly want to watch your team walk into a buzzsaw? You have the best head coach in the Pac-12? That's like saying you're the shiniest turd of the lot. Congratulations, you're competing with fucking Colorado State, a dumpster fire, Fresno State, a dumpster fire, Oregon State, a dumpster fire, San Diego State, who's well known for their uniforms, not for their actual football play. Pretty funny. Texas State, who just moved here, who are, again, dumpster fire. Utah State, dumpster fire. And then Washington State, dumpster fire. Congratulations, you are the shiniest turd of the bunch. But at the end of the day, you're still in the toilet with the rest of the shit teams. Duke should be a good testament to how, oh my god, we beat them 66-3. I think I might have discovered the playbook. Can we beat Duke, though? Duke would be a better representation of what we can do on offense, but the 66, the first time I've ever seen us score 66 in Sim, so that's nuts. Did we beat Duke, though? We did, in fact, not beat Duke. Darn. What was the score? 44-34. Duke scored fucking 20 points in the second quarter. Okay. You know, my quarterback only threw for a measly 400 yards, 5 touchdowns, 1 pick, though. Yeah, this Boise playbook might be the best playbook in the game for passing yards. This is insane. 405. That's insane. Now, you know, don't ask what our rushing numbers look like. We can't run the football to save our life, but passing, though. Passing looks like it's a... This is okay. Our defense is not really doing too hot. But that could be because I made it too... you know what? Let me go to 65. 50 might be too small, and 75 might be too big. Let's try 65. That might be good. Boise State's head coach sounds his team about Jesus Christ after... What does that have to do with winning games and being a relevant program? I'm sure the BYU coach does the same shit. What does it matter about the religion of your coach? Clemson has a better chance than Boise. They really do, which is the fun part. They, like, literally do. But even then, no one's going to take Dabo seriously until he does it. I thought we were going to wait until the season actually started before we were going to have these, like, crazy football conversations. I didn't realize we were... like, mentally down to have these conversations in the offseason when there's, like, what, 50-something, 60-something days left? So. But, Matthew, you never answered my question, though, and I'm assuming you're not answering my question because you know the answer to it. Why do you want to watch your team get buzzsawed by an actual big boy? There's nothing wrong with being an average-sized fish in a pond. Why the fuck do you want to be a small fish in the ocean and watch your team get ripped apart by the great white sharks? Why? Why would you rather make the playoffs and get butchered by 65, 70 points by a big boy? Or would you rather just make a bowl game, play a cupcake, and end your season with a meaningless win? Like, those are your two options. A meaningless bowl game win that has no impact on the season, or you're getting executed by a big boy. Hell, Boise is so beneath so many programs that even, like, the shit schools in other conferences would still beat the fuck out of them. Like, my Florida Gators won 4 games last year, and I would still bet my Gators would be odds-on favorite to maul Boise. Like, there's levels. It's okay liking a team. There's nothing wrong with having team spirit and pride, but don't be fucking delusional. You're being delusional. Get a fluke win over Bama? I mean, realistically, it's the ACC though, Berg Boy. Like, that's the thing. Like, the ACC, like, aside from... I know Clemson's been on, like, the decline. But there's... Aside from Miami, there is no superpower in the ACC. Like, every team in this conference, minus Miami, is beatable. So, like, I feel like if you're a team... if you're, like, NC State or Florida State, Clemson, Duke, you know, Stanford... Georgia Tech, ignore App State. I moved them in here. I moved Liberty too. So, like, ignore these guys. But, like, if you're a fan of any team not named Miami, you have a good chance to win the conference. And at the end of the day, all you have to do is win your conference, and that alone gives you a humongous chance to make the playoffs. So, like, now, will you go far in the playoffs? Probably not. You'll probably get, you know, smoked by a good team. But this conference, it was called the ASS conference last year for a reason. The shit's ass. But it being ass is both a good thing and a bad thing. It's a good thing because it means anybody can make it. It's a bad thing because it also means anybody can make it. So, like, Liberty, we're probably going to murder Liberty. We put 66 on Sam Houston. I'm going to assume here we're going to just fucking butcher them. Hell yeah, I'm in so many fantasy college football leagues that are drafting right now. Dude, they're doing fantasy football for colleges. It's insane. How do you do that? Like, because you just take any big school that plays a cupcake and they're going to score 1,000 points. Make the playoffs every with Boise State it all over the wall. My brother in Christ, your sentence is all over the wall. How many shots have you taken? I'm not referring to the fucking ammunition or alcohol either. Oh yeah, Castle. That's like their main problem is that like Florida State has money and Florida State has name value. They have brand value. Florida State just doesn't have a competent coach. Which is their main problem, is just they don't have a coach. And the sad part is you really can't fix a coaching problem without firing the guy you have, and they owe that guy like $60 million. So I don't know when he's going to ever get fired. If ever. He might never get fired. We'll see. I think he'll get fired this year, though. I think if, what's his name? Mike Norvell. I think his name's Mike Norvell. I'm so bad with names, but whatever the Florida State head coach is, if he loses the My Gators and the Miami Hurricanes, and then, you know, has an average year everywhere else, I 100% think he's going to get canned. I think the only way he keeps his job is if he beats my Gators and then beats the Hurricanes if they play. I don't actually know if they play. I would assume Miami and Florida State probably play, but I actually don't know. But the point is that if he can't beat the other Florida schools, he's gone. Now, if he beats the other Florida schools, but then, you know, has an average year against your conference, he's also probably gone. So I just kind of feel bad for the guy because he had a really, really, really good team that one year that went, what, 12-0, 13-0, whatever their record was. And then their quarterback breaks his fucking leg, and then his whole year is just ruined. That's so sad. And then ever since that kid broke his leg, it's like the team's never been the same since, like mentally or physically. Yeah, Tiger, but I feel like the fantasy football element works in the NFL because the caliber of talent is pretty similar. But like college, when you're playing like Suzy Lou, Land of the Blind and Deaf, you know, it's like how do you work that? Hey Watts, we've had a hell of a stream. Covered lots of glitches, lots of tidbits, information, nuggets, and now we're going to be doing our last year of Sim, and I will be calling it a stream. Unfortunately, guys, had to sneeze. Ooh. Had to sneeze. Unfortunately, I will not be doing another 12-hour live stream today. I have to do some other stuff for some videos planned, so I will get these 2 seasons simmed along with everything else we yapped about in today's stream and get going. Unless you guys like want me to stick around for a little longer, then I'll have I guess I can go take a food break. 27, a W or nah? It's a nah. Assuming they don't fix any of these game-breaking exploits, Watt, I would say it's the worst game of the 3. Currently, I think 25 was the best. I think 26 was the second best, and 27 is the worst. Now, keep in mind, the game's been out for like 3 days. So there's a chance, not a very high chance, but there's a chance that like maybe there's a day one patch or there's an update scheduled in like August or September that's going to like fix all these problems. Hey, see you, Tiger. But yeah, there's a chance that like, you know, they fix these issues and the game's a little better, but currently it's almost completely inferior to 26 in almost every way, shape, and form. Almost. Dude, my receiver has gotten player... Dude, Boise Playbook might have the best... Chat, Boise Playbook might go Burr. Chat, look at my quarterback. He's thrown for 2,000 yards, 23 TDs, 1 pick. And we're in, like, week 5. Ignore the rushing stats. We don't have a running back. It's fine. My fucking wide receiver 1 has 919 yards and touched... Oh, my God. We are... I might have a Heisman receiver or a Heisman QB on my hands. We're going to see. But, we are killing it right now. All right, Jared, I will see you in the next one, my guy. No worries. That's too bad. I agree. I agree. EA is the king of over-promising and under-delivering. Like, the main one that really... I say the main one, but there's a lot of things that irk me. But one of the many things that irk me, what, is... They said this year that they're going to remove playbooks from both Madden and CFB from being the end-all, be-all. They want your success to be based off based off your stats, not playbook. And unfortunately, they're full of shit because it's the same like 4 teams that make the playoffs every year, that win the Heismans every year, that just pop off every year. It's just the same couple teams. So they didn't fix the playbook problem. Which blows, because if you're not using one of those playbooks, your team just doesn't perform very well. And then if you're not performing very well, you're not going to win. If you're not winning... We're finding a lot of these athlete tight ends. I wonder if I can move them to play defense. Because, like, a 77 speed defensive end is probably, like, not the worst thing I've ever had, but I would prefer my DNs to be faster, but I don't know. We'll see what I can move these athletes to. Castle, I'll play more seasons. Really, one season worth of 1 stats and 1... I mean, he got Player of the Week again. Holy God, dude, this playbook. This playbook is fucking nasty. My receiver's putting up Ohio State numbers right now. He's both wide receiver 1 and my slot receiver. He's both. For the RPOs, he's the number 1 guy, and for the non-RPOs, he's the number 1 guy. He's not even in the Heisman thing, which is crazy that he has almost 1,500 yards. He's not the Heisman guy. Now, I have no idea how this playbook works in, like, Fast Sim, right? Like, this playbook might be terrible in Fast Sim. I have no... I've literally never used the Boise book until now, so... I have no idea if this is like a 1-season sample size of just this is pure fluke, or again, I gotta like fuck around with it more, but for the time being, this shit looks clean as fuck. And the only reason why I figured this out is because I noticed that they had several years in which they had several Heisman nominees. Now, they never actually won it, but they had nominees, so they were doing something good enough to be there. Didn't win it, but kind of hard to win Heisman's when the Ole Miss quarterback is just shitting out 1,500 rushing yards and like 15 rushing touchdowns a year. Oh my goodness gracious. Great googly moogly. I just found an 87 speed tight end. And he's an athlete. Which means he could play anywhere on the field. He doesn't have to play tight end. Holy shit, dude. 3-star tight ends might be back, chat. The tight end meta might be back. Now, if you guys were in the streams, you guys would know how highly I speak of 3-star athlete tight ends. But if you didn't watch the streams, you would have no idea. The best thing in the game, recruiting-wise last year, was 3-star athlete tight ends. For some reason, 3-star athlete tight ends would shit out dev traits at like an aggressively disproportionately high rate than everybody else. And what's funny is because they're tight ends, you can move them to play linebacker, defensive end, defensive tackle, safety, corner. Like, you could just move them anywhere because they're fucking huge. You can't make them play O-line or quarterback, but running back, receiver, tight end, fullback, defense, right? They're so flexible, and they were just shitting out dev traits last year. And they might have brought that back for this year. Because I'm seeing, this is my 3rd or 4th athlete tight end that's been up there, so. Castle, I don't believe, if you have playbooks that have a lot of gadget plays, yes. Like Penn State, for example, Penn State in 26, that playbook was very... it was very gadget dependent. Your gadget person got a ton of stats. I don't know if I can pull in from Nebraska. That pipeline might hurt me. But last year, I can tell you for a fact, some archetypes, yes. Or for some playbooks, yes. Some playbooks, no. So it was different upon the playbook. Stuff like Penn State, yes. Stuff like Ohio State, no. Ohio State doesn't have a single gadget play in their playbook. Dude, it's another athlete tight end. Holy shit. It's subscribe to the, like, comment, subscribe, all that fun jazz for the most peak CFB content on the platform. I just found 2 back-to-back 6-foot, 250-pound athlete tight ends with 87 speed. And because they're athletes, I can move them wherever the fuck I want. And because they're 87 speed, I can move them to things like running back, and they'll be fine because they have 87 speed. This is stupid. How many athletes is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. I've found 4 athlete tight end 3-stars that have just immaculate stats. Goodness gracious. If we didn't choke that game early on to Duke, man, we'd be undefeated. Probably the #1 ranked school with a Heisman frontrunner. Oh, man. Oh, man. If only. Can this dude just fucking commit already, please? This shit really pisses me off. I'm the only person pursuing you. Why are you, like, holding out hope that no one else is coming for you? I'm the only person coming for you. Yeah, I don't think I can jump this guy, but it's fine because I got the other one. So, any more tight ends that want to like go sicko mode real quick, please? And then we find an actual vertical threat tight end, dude. I'm gonna have so many elite athletes on my team of the tight end variety. It's not gonna be funny. Half these guys are gonna probably get moved to play safety or corner and shit, but I can technically move them wherever I want, so it's crazy. Oh, you're fine, Castle. You're fine. My my #1, I'll show you the stats right now. My QB has 3,200 yards passing, 32 touchdowns to 2 interceptions. And my wide receiver 1 has 1,300 yards and 14 touchdowns, and we're halfway through the year. Actually, I lied. We're a little over 70%. Assuming we don't colossally choke these last couple weeks, my receiver, he should easily get about 1,800 yards and about 18 touchdowns. Easily. Again, assuming we don't, like, fucking choke versus 3-5 Louisville and, you know, shit the bed in the conference championship. Yeah, my current receiver has twice the stats of my RB1. I think there must be a Boise State fan and EA headquarters and was like, you know what? They're not a running team anymore. They're a passing team. My quarterback should not be throwing that. I mean, he's a pocket passing quarterback, so I'm fine with my quarterback throwing that high of numbers, but it's the receiver. It makes no sense to me why my receiver is going nuclear in this playbook. I would assume my RB would be going nuclear, but not my... Yep, if we can just round out versus our last 2 opponents. Versus 70. Ooh, App State actually got better. Good for App State. Last year, App State was like a 60 overall. Now they're a 74. I am proud of you, App State. You're getting better. I don't think there's any chance I actually do. I got App State and NC State to end my year. If we choke to one of these 2 shitters, I am gonna get so sad. Dude, we found this is stupid. This is making me go full Joe Biden right now with a stutter. Holy shit, we found another 3-star tight end. Oh my goodness. There's no way there's any more heat, right? There's no shot. Please tell me we're done. We're done. Thank you. Okay, after recruiting, I gotta count how many tight ends, including the one guy we lost. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There were 7 3-star gems in this class, and of the 7, 4 are athletes, so I can move them around. Holy shit, that is fucking insane. I'll just go do safeties very quickly. There's like hardly any left. Castle, I'm gonna be honest with you. I wasn't even paying attention to the tight ends. I'll go back and look what my guy's stats are, because you're right. Tight ends like get no work in playbooks. So if my guy's getting yards, then I just really want my school to be a 5-star, because I don't want to start like cheesing 4 stars and choosing 5 stars until we're a bigger program. I mean, I could do it now, but I'd feel dirty doing it now. So currently for the Heisman race, because my QB is a regular passing QB, he has no rushing stats, and because he has no rushing stats, he's kind of fucked, but my receiver is currently number 2 with 1,400 yards and 15 touchdowns. I need him to go nuclear for like 1 or 2 more games. If he could just pop out, just like 1 more insane performance, please. Well, we didn't get a pop-up, but we did win the game, so. Love this shit. 37 likes. Appreciate y'all. Okay, it could be those two. I was about to say, if it's nothing else, I'm gonna be crazy, but... This motherfucker has 76 speed. I can't, in good faith, have him. I know he's a gem, but he's 76 speed. Like, that's so bad. That's slower than my D lineman. I can't have him on my field. Ooh, you're 93 speed too? Damn. Damn, he's fast as hell. So you guys, you don't have to cheese 4 and 5 stars. You could make a pretty good successful program with 3 stars, I promise. 2 and 8 NC State. 2. Oh my god, we're Heisman favorite. We overjumped the quarterback. Holy shit, we're number 1. Holy shit, we're number 1. We just jumped the QB. Oh my, please pop off. Please receiver pop off, please. Please, 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 please. Do us proud, please. I gotta, like, not look at it because I don't want to spoil it because it does glitch out whenever you're doing the Heisman thing, which sucks. I think we might have our first Heisman winner, though. I think our boy has it. I think he might have it this year. I'm, like, super excited. We're also number 3, by the way, with a loss. I guess I can go ahead and try some linebackers. One of you guys have to be a gem, right? Right. The fact that your wide receiver might get 3,000 yards receiving to get the Heisman is absolute IRL shenanigans. With the Boise playbook, by the way. With the Boise playbook. You know how many playbooks I expected to put numbers up like this? Also, 90 speed linebacker, by the way. I'll take a 90 speed linebacker. Why not? Why not? No, to my knowledge, you can't. Or you probably could, Castle, but it wouldn't count their stats. So you could put a corner at wide receiver, but the stats wouldn't save. Or like a running back at safety, but the interceptions and tackles wouldn't save. Oh goodness, we got our lick back, man. If we beat Duke for the Heisman, oh, what a sweet victory that'd be. I'm afraid to go in though and fast sim it because I don't know how. I'm just afraid how, like, I don't know this playbook doesn't fast sim. Clearly it works in menu sim, obviously, but fast sim's a whole different beast. Just by like play-by-play sim's a whole different beast. But this is the point of the streams, is, you know, to have me do the stupid stuff so you guys don't have to. 86 speed, JUCO? Hell yeah. Give me that 86 speed JUCO, man. He's a thumper, too, which they're typically not that fast. Ooh. I'll take a dev tray for another JUCO as well. No, I'm going to lose this tight end. Wait, what? Oh, we have the same pipeline. I was like, why do they have a better pipeline than me? They don't. Okay. If only I had perks, man. I don't have any perks right now, but if I had perks, this would be so cool. Basically, why don't you have perks yet? Because I'm waiting to fucking experience the game perk list before I start relying on perks to backpack me. I want to achieve success without perks. That way, when I have success with perks, I don't hear no bitching. I mean, people will still probably bitch, but I just won't care. Dude, he's odds-on favorite for the Heisman. We just can't choke versus Duke. We just can't. We can't choke versus Duke. If we choke versus Duke back-to-back times in one season, I'll be heartbroken. We just can't do it. Gotta lock the fuck in. We're both 11-1. Whew. Whew. Gotta. Ooh. They're an 87 overall. We're technically better than them, but we're so close that I wouldn't be that mad if we lost them, like, numerically. Obviously, I don't want to lose, but it's not like we're losing to a 45 overall team like we were doing last stream, right? I'd rather lose to a competent team that makes sense than losing to a 66 overall team that makes no sense. I mean, they've been here for the journey, but I think it's time we let them go. I don't think we need master motivators anymore. I think I might want some elite recruiters. Ooh, actually, chat, I think we've gotten to the point where I think it's time I go after some talent developers. I think I should. Someone asked me earlier if talent devs got nerfed. No, it's still the best perk in the game. It's just expensive now, so. Team, we have to lock the fuck in. If we can beat the Duke Blue Devils, we lock in our Heisman. We lock in our first round bye. And we get our first ACC championships. Please don't choke. Please.
After a dramatic and competitive regular season in the ACC, it all comes
Wait, are we playing at the Duke Stadium?
championship game, a battle for the trophy. It
There's my coach. That's not my coach, but he's my coach.
playoff implications. The ACC championship is
Are we playing at Duke Stadium? Where are we playing at? No, we're playing in North Carolina. I don't know where we're playing, but I'm a higher ranked team, so they should be playing at my stadium, but we scored first and second and third and fourth and fifth and sixth. Oh my God, we are murdering them. Oh my God. Chat, we fucking found it. Chat, we fucking found it. Chat, we fucking found it. Oh my God, it's so beautiful. Oh, it's so beautiful. We fucking found it. Ignore this guy. He's not my coach, but he's my coach. Holy shit, we just caught a body. We just got a body. Oh my God. We just fucking murdered this man in 4K. Ignore this guy. Again, he's not my coach, but he's my coach. If my receiver don't win Heisman after that performance, he's never winning Heisman. I bet you my receiver had like 300 yards that game. My receiver was going nuclear. Anomaly, the Panther Stadium? Oh, I didn't know that. Actually, I didn't know the AC was played in, That's cool. We scored 27 points in the second quarter, by the way. My QB threw for 3 hundo, 3 touchdowns. Rushing, we ignore those because who cares? Aww. Aww. He actually had like a, I mean, I'm not complaining. He didn't have like a bad day, but like I was expecting bigger numbers than this. What did my defense do? Chat, I think we discovered the sauce. It took a while, but I think the sauce has been discovered. Defense, holy shit. Holy shit, my D-tackle had 2 sacks. My other D-tackle had 2 sacks. My edge had a sack. And we had a pick too. And I'm doing this, by the way, with like 70 overall players. So imagine what this playbook would do with like 85 to 90 overall players. Didn't know that, Berg Boy. Gordo, we are currently running the Boise offense and the 4-2-5. Yeah, what? That was just funny. Broke a record too. It's a glitch. Such. I don't know how I do the glitch, but it like bugs out your coach. That, or it's a. I'll do a deep dive in the playbook after we see the Heisman pop up. Please give me the Heisman. I've already won my natty. Give me the Heisman. Give him the Heisman, please. He has like 1,700 yards and like 20 touchdowns. Well, actually, Castle, regardless of his age, he'd probably go pro anyways because of the awards and stats and shit. So there's be like no way I could actually keep him here. He just auto leave. Kanye West just popped up on the playlist too. Stronger. Great song from like 25 years ago. Give me the Heisman, baby. Give me the Heisman. I've not won a single Heisman yet. Please. Yeah, look at him. The Amish Mafia over here. Fuck this guy. Evan Hack, you suck. You get off my screen. Get this bum off my screen. Also, get this bum off my screen. Wow, only 3,700 yards. Chump change. My receiver has that many yards by himself. Why is his teeth glitching through his lips? Oh, fuck. This guy was the odds-on favorite all year until the very last week, and we jumped him. I was hoping he fell off. Alchemist, I do Heisman, but difficulty doesn't factor into Sim. Whether you play on freshman or Heisman, Sim is Sim. Can the Amish Mafia win his Heisman? I wish his hair was a little more, you know, flowy in the front. Call him a full mullet. It's not really a mullet, but...
Okay, we've kept them waiting long enough. All of us want to know who's going to win the trophy for this season. And here we go. This season, the Heisman Memorial Trophy is awarded to...
Castle, normally the guys who win Heisman...
out of Coastal Carolina.
Yo! Is that... I don't have audio. Oh, we won the Heisman! We won the Heisman! It's been done! This clearly 35-year-old middle-aged man who's not 22 right now. Actually, he's 21. Let's go! First Heisman, and it was a fucking wide receiver in the Boise playbook. That was not on my bingo board.
And one final congratulations to the newest member.
If you were to put a gun to my head and said, Beastly, what receiver for what playbook will win the Heisman first, I wouldn't have picked Boise State, not gonna lie. I would have picked like USC, I would have picked Ole Miss, I would have picked Georgia, I would have picked Ohio State. I never would have picked the Heisman moment. Win the Heisman. You guys see the achievement? Dude, look at that shit, man. That's on 18 or 18. Wow, imagine 18. No, 88 receptions is insane. And by the way, this is pre-playoffs. These numbers are only going to go up. First Heisman, let's go. Yeah, he wins the Walter Camp too. Love that. Give me all of them. Have me reign in these awards. Yep. The Paul Hornung, never heard of this, but awesome. I'll take it. Maxwell, nice. It's even cooler too because we were number 2 all year until the game versus Duke, and then Duke we flip-flop. Chuck Bednarik, ooh. That's the first time I've ever seen the Chuck Bednarik award go to a corner. Normally this goes to a D lineman like 99% of the time. That's nuts. I've never seen a DB get that. Holy shit. Fred Biletnikoff, of course. Not like we're the best receiver in the country. Damn. I've never won that award before. That's nuts. Hell yeah, Michael. Let's fucking go. Jim Thorpe, of course. Oh, yeah, you're right, Berg Boy. I completely forgot that I had a challenge that was to win an award. Hell yeah. Okay, we are looking. Chat, are we back? Chat, are we back? What just happened? I think my whole thing just died. I can't tell if I'm streaming or not. Yo, Craig and Emmett Beer. Craig and Beer, appreciate the subs on Twitch. Appreciate y'all. Yeah, my whole shit just crashed on my end, but I'm gonna keep going. Luckily, chat's working this time, so I don't have to like restart. But yeah, my whole stream just died. That's funny. That's twice now it's happened where my shit crashed and then just strokes out. But yeah, Fat Boy, appreciate the W's. Appreciate all you guys. Michael Castle, all y'all here, appreciate it. First ever Heisman. You guys get to even see the achievement pop. Now we need talent developers. Only problem, though, is I don't know if talent developers exist anymore. We're in 2036. So, please, I don't care how much he costs. But can I please have a talent developer, please? Please. Fuck. No, elite recruiters. I don't want those. Please, please, please. I need one talent dev. Please tell me there's... Dude, talent devs might not exist anymore. We found one! We found a talent developer! Any more? Or is he the last one of his kind? Oh no, he might be the last one of his kind, chat. Oh no, he might be the last TD. Oh no. Oh no, I don't see anyone else. Oh shit, there's two. We got 2 talent developers. There's 2 human beings on Earth that are talent developers. There's just 2. Holy shit. That's it though. Oh my goodness, we're gonna go after both guys. He's a spread offense. And who's the other guy? I pass him. I have to, dude. He's an Ohio State alma mater. It's Brian Hartline, dude. Oh, this is so cute. So my receiver just won the Heisman. I'm grabbing Brian Hartline, who's a former Ohio State coordinator and player. We both run multiple offenses, which what Boise runs. This is literally a match made in heaven. Please never leave me. I will give you the bag every year for the rest of your life. Just don't leave, please. Chat, we found one talent dev. They do exist. They are real. And just to cover all of our bases, I'm going to go also offer the other guy as well. Just in case. That way, if we get fucked on one guy, we have the other as a fallback plan. I want a little less. So we're going to... We'll do 370. Oh, they're both 370. Fuck. I don't know how this works, by the way. It might go based off the taller guy, like the guy who's first on my board. But I don't know if that will or not, so I'm going to go ahead and make him the first guy on my board and the most expensive guy on my board. And I'm just going to cross my fingers that the game works like that. So here's the big one. We got our first talent dev offensive coordinator. The question is, can we find a talent dev DC? Because our man, Fran Brown, he's back, baby. Fran Brown the GOAT. If you guys don't know, he was my DC for the Indiana Dynasty. It was pretty fun. There's one DC. Oh, shit. Jimmy Rogers. There's two DCs. Anyone else? Any other DCs? Or, like I said, TDs for the DC? Too many letters, too many acronyms. My brain's having a stroke. Lots of elite recruiters, chat. Wow, so there's two DCs that are TDs and two OCs that are talent developers. Crazy. You need talent to get Scheme Guru right? No. Scheme Guru is just winning games. Michael, when creating a coach, does the pipeline actually mean something this year, or is it still tied to the coach offers? Michael, the pipeline... Do you mean the pipeline, or do you mean the alma mater? Because the alma mater was the only thing that it impacted was your offers, your jobs. If you mean pipeline, the pipeline was very important last year and this year. The pipeline allows you to have an extra pipeline that the school doesn't organically get. So it's very, very, very important. Bro, Fran Brown. Oh, Fran Brown. This guy has master motivator talent. He's the chat. How can I not pick my GOAT to be my GOAT? I can't look myself in the eye and not pick the GOAT. Whatever the GOAT wants, the GOAT's gonna get. He wants 7 hundo. I'll give you 7 hundo. I need the GOAT to come back home. Mostly because there's only 2 of you, but still. This guy's also, like, insanely good, too. He's cheaper as well. But it's Fran Brown, though. Like, he's so iconic for me. Am I about to overpay for someone being iconic? I think the answer is yes. You know what? I'm gonna happily give this man 1,000 NIL just to be my coach. He's that important to me and my program. Not program, program. Yo, Brian Hartline, Fran Brown, OC, DC. Man. CFP 26 right here. That's too funny. Too funny. So then East Texas, the way to go for... depends on your school, Michael. The pipeline you give yourself doesn't stack. So if your school already has an East Texas pipeline, you won't become a tier 2 or a tier 3. It'll just be a tier 1. So generally, you want to pick a pipeline your school doesn't have. Generally. Bro, I just put a bag on the table for my coordinators. I don't even care. I will die with these talent devs. These are my homies for the rest of this 30-year rebuild. We're gonna go to war together. Oh, and I get to play Ohio State? Oh, no. Oh, I don't want to play Ohio State. Oh, we got one. Where's Jimmy Rogers? Oh, no. I didn't get the guy. I didn't get Heartline. Oh, I didn't get either of them. Really? Oh, that's depressing. I mean, it saves me money. Wait, no, I did get Brian Hartline. Well, I wanted Fran Brown, but I guess Fran Brown didn't want me. That's depressing. 11-3 Ohio State versus, what are we? 12-1 Coastal Carolina. Can we go back to back with our Heisman nominee, not even nominee, with our Heisman winning receiver? You gave them less? I can confirm to you I did not give them less. Fran Brown was asking for 600. I gave him almost 1,000. I literally gave him 100% of the interest bar. It was maxed out. I literally couldn't give him any more interest. Well, next time I won't put extra guys on the board. Technically, these were the cheaper options, but I don't want cheap. I wanted my guys, my OGs. You know, I would put Ohio State in their black unis, best unis in the game, by the way, not even close. But unfortunately, every time I wear these in an important game, I win, and I don't want Ohio State to win. So, just for that mental, they're going to stay at their default homes. Let's go all blues. Let's go all blues. We can't choke. If we choke to Ohio State, I'm going to be so heartbroken. It's my old team of last year versus my new team this year. Oh, I'm going to be so sad. I can't lose to Ohio State. We got to win. We got to lock the fuck in, guys. We have a 95 overall quarterback. Oh my God, Ryan Day's still there too? Oh no. Oh no, Ryan Day's still there. I was really hoping Ryan Day left. Fuck. Oh, that is so scary. Okay, well. Ignore the coach. That's not the coach, but he's the coach. Chauncey versus Brutus. Who are you taking? A giant leaf or a chicken? Give me the chicken, not gonna lie. Oh, I don't want to see my screen right now. I'm terrified of this shit. Come on, team. I need you to clutch the fuck up. Come on, offense. Ooh, we scored first. And second. And third. Dude, our offense is clicking, chat. Our defense is also playing pretty good, too, not gonna lie. Our defense has them held at 10 points. Oh, my God. Just hold. Hold the lead, offense. Hold the lead, offense. Yes!
This line getting set up. It's a first down.
I don't think Ohio State can come back this deficit. I think we win.
Here's the snap. Quarterback drops back. Oh, the pocket collapsing.
Ooh, good catch. Bro, we've held the Ohio State to 18. Chat, I think I might have found my books. I might have found my books, chat. Good coverage.
Find the seams in this defense and push it into scoring territory.
And the quarterback features the
Come on, D-line.
bright
Come on, D-line. You can't stop. Offense put up 40 points on the board. You guys got to play defense.
Well, I think he might have to, Chris, because as you suggested,
Ooh, that was a fucking dot, by the way. There was a D tackle right in his face as he threw that. Gordo, I'll have a whole video on this stuff later, but it's not very high. Did that Ohio State wide receiver just drop a wide open touchdown? Is that what my eyes just watched? I think he did. Was that not a wide open touchdown?
From the shotgun, drops back, looking for an open man. Launching one to the
Touchdown.
end zone. And he's got it.
Okay, well, it looks like the defense is really good in fast sim, but not slow sim.
Both offenses back and forth answering each other. Now, Joe, which side can execute better here in the second half and come out with a W?
Well, Chris, you call the biggest tennis tournaments in the world. This is one of those great volleys. Back and forth we go. These offenses trading big old forehands from the baseline. And I got to tell you, it just feels like this is going to be an instant classic.
Here comes the point after attempt.
But it's fine, right? We're still winning by 14 points. Our offense can just go down the field, score a field goal, just shoot clock. It's fine. It's fine.
Formation would indicate they're going to
We just got to lock in offense. Oh my God, we didn't recover the fumble or the fucking. Oh my God.
Well executed onside kick. Okay, here
EA, are you fucking trolling me?
on the field.
Whoever the hell is on my hands team, he should be fired.
The gain is 3.
What is my special teams coordinator doing? We're literally in the hands formation, and it bounces off my guy's hands.
Third down success is being good on first down, and here the defense does a great job on first down, bowing up and stopping the run, and that's the key to this thing. If you can create long yard.
Am I really gonna lose
now they have to
because of a combination of me watching my team play in slow sim and them recovering an onside kick?
First downs within the series, they're so important to establish momentum, and now you've got to take that momentum and carry it with you. Try to get
Yeah, these guys are
down the field.
like walking down the field.
Ball carrier tackled at the 2, a solid gain on that completion. A chance to get right back into the
We held them to 10 points through 3 quarters. The moment I watch them, they just are scoring at will.
launching one to the
Literally.
end zone. Touchdown, Buckeyes. Great catch when they desperately needed it.
The ability to operate quickly as a quarterback and throw the ball into tight windows, it is so important, in particular when you're throwing it into the end zone like this, and he's able to get it done. Touchdown.
Now the all-important extra point.
Oh, I didn't know you could jump off sides. That's cool.
Is good. They still trail.
That's cool. Well, after the CPU was just graciously gifted back-to-back touchdowns, that's...
Fields it inside the 5-yard line. Stop at the
This is my first ever game I've ever played, by the way.
coverage there. Here comes the Coastal Carolina offense back on the field.
There he is. There's Christian right there.
Leaning on the run game here late.
Darn.
The sophomore able to bring him down quickly.
Well, Gordo, we were winning by 20-something points, so I figured
They still have 2 more to work with here in the final quarter.
I figured we can't choke a 20-something lead with a few minutes left in the game, and the game's like, oh, nope, yes, you can. So,
For the offense, and you can get these pass rushers going. Get them out on the edge, let them get after the quarterback, and create havoc in the backfield.
And makes the catch and gets his foot down. What a play. Good for a first down. Offense operating from the pistol.
have them, again, they scored 10 points the entire game, and then just...
Trying to flex.
Okay, my center and guard blocked nobody. That's cute.
Ohio State will call their second
Why would we ever want to... Ooh, they have halfback stretch in this format, in this playbook? Ooh.
now. They'll feed the back again. Stop short.
Not very fast, though.
After just a short gain. And now the final timeout taken by the Buckeyes.
I probably... You know, do we have a 5 wide in here?
To navigate the rest of the way without being able to
What's in
use
this? I never actually used this formation or playbook, so... These formations are... Ooh, they have 1 5 wide. Ooh, I don't like that. Where's my fast receiver at?
third down.
Christian? There he is.
Out of the gun now on third down. And he's going to take a shot down the left
Holy fuck, that was amazing.
side. Big play.
It's a blue pass, too, which...
Chris, that
Looked
was the
weird.
defense's chance to get off the field. It's third down.
But yes, after having to step in to stop the CPU from blowing a 20-something point lead in the fourth quarter, we can finally win the playoff game.
Playoff teams coming down to the final 2 minutes here. Offense looking to keep the football and secure the win. And they'll stop him after a fairly minimal pickup. Time winding down. This offense comes
Feel disgusting I have to even do this period, but...
the clock. From the shotgun.
Okay, just no one blocked number 8. That's fine.
Right into a wall. They got him for a loss. 7th play of the drive coming up, but it is third down and long. Will hand it off. Fighting off the defender.
Okay, that's game.
3 yards there.
Shoe clock work?
Fourth down.
It does.
So
You know what? I'll kick the rub it in field goal just to say fuck you.
For 3. Here comes the field goal team. This is important. A chance to extend the lead deep here in the fourth quarter.
What?
He missed it. Off target that time. And the
I gotta
lead
buy a new
remains
controller.
at 7 after the miss.
I have to buy a new controller.
Chris, this is an
I am 99% sure my button just broke.
struggle. There were a lot of missed kicks, and here he comes out, and in the live game, he misses it.
Oh, I've not played
again.
defense
I'm
yet.
sure his confidence is going to be low, and now the trust factor.
Taking a shot deep down the right side.
but I'm 99% sure on that kick, I let go of the button, and it still did the kick meter, which made me over kick it because I let go of that early because it wasn't a long kick. Well, yep, shout out to EA. Ohio State couldn't score the entire game, and our offense couldn't stop scoring. And then I go to watch the game, and then the roles reversed, in which our team then just couldn't do anything offensively, and our defense was getting gashed. So, turns out, even when we're winning by 20-something points, the moment we watch them play in slow sim, they just go full retard. And so, that's fun. And realistically there, I could have streaked the 98 speed receiver, the white guy that won the Heisman, to just one play Ohio State, but I was content with just winning the game. I didn't really care how he won it. Just win the game. We now have Program Builder. Woo! Well, now we have to win because we beat Ohio State and we won the Heisman and the conference. So we have to win the Natty now, right? We can't go out sad. Right? We can't go out sad. Gotta play Lincoln Riley. Them USC Trojans. Joe. Ooh, they're actually they're a better team than we are. Oh no, we might lose this game, actually. Damn, they're a 95 overall team. Jesus. Jesus. I thought we were a good team. Damn. We'll rock the All Blacks. They look pretty good. Joe, by any chance did you watch Max CFP's new video on recruiting? He uses like real deal math formulas to figure out the NIL works. So doubling their NIL gives them... I didn't watch Max's video, but I've been doing my own NIL stuff. And there's a sweet spot where you can get insane value for your recruit without spending hardly any money. Which was the reason why I was able to sign like 30-something 5-stars across like 2 or 3 seasons. You can basically get about 15 5-stars and 15 4-stars a year for a couple thousand NIL, which is not very expensive. Got 3. They also got 3. Ooh, we settled for back-to-back field goals in the red zone. That's not good. Our offense is not scoring. We are getting blown out. We just settled for way too many field goals. Oh, that's heartbreaking. That's heartbreaking. Yeah, our offense just settled for way too many fucking field goals. They were getting touchdowns in the red zone. We were scoring field goals. Dude, we didn't score our first touchdown until the 4th fucking quarter.
And the biggest accomplishment is still ahead. They've got to go and play for a national title. And that's where their focus needs to go 100% as quickly as possible.
So now the final 2
That's
teams
insane.
remain standing to battle for this
Dude,
season's
my quarterback still threw for 350 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Been another presentation of EA Sports College Football.
Aw, man. Bro, my receiver had 200 yards receiving and a touchdown. But this is why we lost. We kicked 3 field goals when we were in the red zone. Rough. Rough, 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 rough. Actually, what did their quarterback do? I'm kind of curious. What was their stats? Their quarterback beat me, throwing for 0 touchdowns, 200 yards, and a pick. And they had, like, no rushing yards. How the fuck did we lose? Their defense got 3 sacks, but that's not... Like, 3 sacks amongst 3 people is not that crazy. They had no interceptions. They had no... How the... Did we lose on a kick return? I'm looking at their numbers. How did we lose this game? Did my CPU go for it on their end zone, on their side of the field? There wasn't a kick or punt return touchdown. Yeah, their offense was fucking horrible. How did we lose this game? Like, yeah, I know in totality, they had 180 yards rushing. But, like, they also had, like, what is that? 42 rushing attempts. That's not that good on 42 rushing attempts. How in the fuck did they... I don't even know how we lost that game. They had 177 rushing yards on 42 attempts. We had almost, or not almost, we had more than 100 yards passing over them. We had a slightly better third down. I mean, it's right there. The 4th down's right there. That's why we lost. We were 0 for 2 on 4th down, and we were 0 for 1 on the 2-point conversions. Meaning, if we don't go for it on 4th down, and we kick our 2 field goals, that's 6 points. And we don't go for the 2-point conversion, and we just kick our extra point, that's 1 extra point. That's 7 extra points. 7 plus 22 is 29. We would have won the game. That's so retarded. We literally lost the game. This is the first time I've ever seen the aggressiveness sliders actually play aggressive. That's so annoying. Well, we know the stats, so let's see if the sim do it again.
It's in the game. EA.
That is kind of cool though, that whenever you load into the game, you get 4 different intro cutscenes. I think Signetti's is probably the best, but I don't have the exact numbers, but 50 hours is nowhere near as valuable as pure money. We did win the first natty, yes. And we just lost a very confusing game versus them, so. They should have beat the fuck out of us. I don't understand why their offense was so bad. And I don't get how their offense barely worked. Oh, we won. We better lost that game. My receiver just had fucking 4 touchdowns. We better not have just won that menu sim. They're not like the final score to this game better have been like 58-54. Holy shit, we actually did win. Dude, no. I have to see the stats. Oh my god, it was 39-38. See, this makes no sense. So the first time we did this, their quarterback had 180 yards passing. The first time we did this, and mind you, it was fast sim, but we still simmed it. The first time we simmed it, their QB had 180 yards passing. This time around, he had 417. The first time we simmed this, he had 0 touchdowns, 1 interception. And this time around, he has 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. Last time we did this, they had 2 different people get 75 yards of rushing and the third person who got like 30. This time around, they just didn't run the ball at all. Like, they just didn't do it. They had 177 yards rushing. And they have, like, barely, what, 60-something here? My fucking receiver had 228 yards and 4 touchdowns. Holy shit. Their defense played the exact same. That makes no sense. Both teams, by the way, was 100% on 4th downs. My team also came back 22 points in the 4th quarter. USC still dominated time of possession, though. Like, they beat me by damn near 11 minutes. I am so confused. Dude, they had 81 total plays. Like, am I happy that we won? Yeah. But, like, I don't understand how the first time we played them, they beat us, and their offense just didn't work. And then I rematched them, and then we barely beat them, and their offense was just insane. I don't even want to... I think I want to menu send this. I don't want to see the confetti fly. We're not supposed to be here. Yeah, I'm just going to sim this because we're not supposed to be here. So, if Georgia beats me, Georgia beats me, but... Did we just win? Please tell me undefeated Georgia did not just lose to me. Please tell me we... That kid has got player of the week, by the way, literally every week since, like, week 5. Holy shit, we beat Georgia. Please tell me we, like, barely won. Oh, we did, of course. Dude, we were beating the fuck out of Georgia the entire game. Dude, going into the fourth quarter, we were winning 24-10. We were beating the fuck out of Georgia. This game wasn't even close. My kicker even missed a field goal, chat. My kicker shanked a fucking kick, and we still won. Wow. Dude, Georgia had a 54% third down percentage. Holy shit. The key is to never slow sim? Yeah, I guess. So I guess the blocked and probably returned. Oh my god, James. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, James. Wait. How do I check that? Wait. It's not in box score, is it? Wait. Kicking. Actually, would it be... No. Wait. How do I check that? Wouldn't it be kicking and then I check Georgia for a block? No. I check Georgia's defense, right? Doesn't like Georgia's defense have like block kick? Yeah, blocks. Oh my god, you're right! Oh my god, you're right! James, you're the GOAT. They didn't... That's a safety. They didn't score off it. But it was a block kick. And more than likely, the dude that blocked it probably returned it for like a huge gain. That's fucking hilarious. That's so fucking funny. I cannot believe we had a blocked kick. That's funny. That's so fucking funny. My kicker had his shit blocked. Which was probably the only reason why the game was even close. If my kicker doesn't get his shit beat in, we probably beat the fuck out of... I mean, either way. Ohio State, like, we butchered Duke. We were butchering Ohio State till we slow simmed. Then we slow simmed the USC game, in which we lost because their offense, for some reason, had, like, no yards, but still beat us, which made no sense. And then we menu simmed it, and then we beat them by a point. And then we beat Georgia by a point, or 3 points, but that's including a block kick that... And some weird stuff. Wow, that's interesting. Chat, do we start doing the funny shit now, or do we save that for... When am I allowed to do the funny shit? I probably have regrets buying Master Motivator in hindsight. I just made Talent Developer and Elite Recruiter more expensive. Go for it. Always do the shit they give you. Okay, we'll start doing the stupid shit now. Yo, Palms, hey. I appreciate the 5, man. Been a long time. Glad to see you're still here. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's funny. I have your original dono still on my wall of fame from like 2 years ago. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. And now I can put you on the new wall of fame. Palms. So, like, here's the thing, right? I kind of want to buy Base Recruiter for cheap now. But do I really care? Like, do I care enough about getting this on sale? I don't know if I really do. I care about this. I'm here for this. Not really this. Like, this is cool, but I'm here for this. Yeah, I don't really care enough. Need 50 more points. How do I spend 50 points efficiently? Because 20 plus 15 is 35. 35 plus... Or I could do 20 and... What's the cheapest thing I can buy? Probably should have bought tier 4, honestly. I mean, tier 2 for Base Recruiter basically does dick. So I guess I'd rather buy this. And then buy this. So he is the QB perk. Actually, that's a better question. What perks don't they have? We'll be doing defense first. He is the D-line DB shit. He also has it. Okay. Hey, JJ, we're just, like, dicking around with this rebuild that is about to get fucking cartoonishly funny very soon. So, wait. If it's fifth... What's the base... Wait, do they all have tier 1? Wait, I think they all have tier 1 for everything, right? Tier 1 for talent dev for everything? They should. Oh, they do? Sweet. I can just go ahead and buy tier 1 for everything. I don't have any more tokens. I am now poor. Yeah, I really don't care if you guys go pro. Because I'm going to be a 5-star team now, so I'm going to have the money now to just infinitely cycle 5 stars. Yeah, I really don't care if any of you guys leave. So, sayonara. What a perfect year. Conference championship, Heisman, and national championship. What a year. What a year. Yeah, you guys can go pro. I really don't care. Like, obviously, I would like to keep you guys, but with how much they've changed the engine, right? Like, I can't. Kids nowadays are getting drafted in, like, the mid-80s, like 84, 85, 86, so. Having a roster is virtually impossible now. And just so you're aware, I already bought the perk that reduces the odds of them getting drafted, and I have the transfer portal turned off, so I physically can't do anything more in my power to stop them from getting drafted. But, oh well. The new 99 overall is a 90 overall player, so. I'm probably just going to buy everything in Talent Div, but I also at the same time want to like strategically think about this. Like what stuff I buy where. Yeah, no, this is not really the min-max playthrough. This is just a have fun playthrough. So we are going to go ahead and buy you and buy you. I'm gonna buy the kicker and punter shit just because it's so cheap. That's actually kind of funny. But I think that's a good place to end today's stream. We covered a lot of topics, a lot of stuff. And I think we're a 5-star program now. Nope, we're still a 4-star because even though I've won back-to-back natties, my program tradition's a fucking C. I just won the damn Heisman. It's still a C. My stadium atmosphere is also still a C. How we just won back-to-back Heismans, whatever. And my coach stability is also, for some reason, a C. Makes no actual sense. But either way, we're a 4-star program, so now we can begin the process of doing the really, really, really funny shit, which I will cover next stream. So I appreciate each and every single one of you guys. Shout out Palms for the €6. Don't know what that converts to American USD, but appreciate it, fam. As always, I hope you guys have a wonderful morning, evening, night, afternoon, or day, depending on whatever time you watch my content in the future. Like, comment, subscribe on YouTube. Give me a follow or sub on Twitch. I would greatly appreciate that. And if you can, please become a member. Members support the channel a ton, early access to my content, and a bunch of other perks that I mostly think of on the fly. So, become a member. It's a cool lot of privileges, and I deeply appreciate. I gotta get this outro like back to being smooth. I haven't recorded this outro in like 2 months, so for the videos, I gotta get reaccustomed to my words. But either way, appreciate y'all. Much love, and I will see you in the next one.